Hello. Happy Saturday. It's day 2. Down to jam. I'm down. Are you down? Bonsai. Hi, Rhiannon. How's it going? Hey, over on YouTube, the Retro Engine says, hey, Digital Iliad. It makes sense to move from a long project to shorter ones to change your mindset and not get bored. Yeah, for sure. I only started doing game jams a couple of years ago, and I am so glad I did. You learn totally different thing. There's a lot of stuff you can only learn from finishing a game, and having a short game development cycle really helps with that. It's also really cool to see what you can do in a jam. Like there are times when I've been humbled, there are times when I've exceeded my own evaluation of my skills. Really great. Yeah, I highly encourage anyone to go find a game jam at some point. Just do that. All right, well, we're participating in Down2Jam, the community-centered game jam. And the theme is plants. Theme is plants. Let's take a look at the website here. We got 1 day and 20 hours. Whew. All right. Time to focus in. Theme is plants, and we are making game about bonsai. About making a little bonsai plant by trimming excess materials away. I think we've got some cool stuff here. There's a lot of rules to how bonsai works, which allows us some evaluation standards. There's a few distinct styles that we can showcase. Some interesting stuff. There's some cool stuff about the perspective of how the bonsai is presented to the viewer, which is neat, which we can play around. There's a catalog of styles with like pretty strict rules. Whoa, too much. Too far. Well, maybe this is just right. There's even little images down here. Do I like this better? Yeah, I like this better. There's 8 styles that I think we're going to try to recognize. Upright, informal upright, slanted, cascade, semi-cascade, maybe broom. Broom is a lot like upright. Maybe broom if you like eliminate a ton of all your foliage but leave your branch structure in place and have it designed really well. Multi-trunk, literati. This is cool. There's some cool stuff we can do with bonsai. You're doing pretty good. How are you feeling for the start of day 2? I'm all right. I had breakfast. I walked around outside. I did an errand. I'm good. I'm ready to go. Took a shower just before the stream. I'm feeling fresh. We'll see how long that feeling lasts. Hey, Eilerton Studio, let's go. You're a Neoborn Studio. You're studying game development methods from streamers. All right. Well, you can learn from my failures. There will be a lot of them. If you got anything you want to share, feel free to post it. Otherwise, you could also join the Discord. Share stuff there, ask questions, hang out, just be part of the community. Whatever you want to do. We're doing Down2Jam, the community center game jam this weekend. 72 hours to make a game completely from scratch. We're participating in the one dev army category, which means no team, doing it solo, and we're doing all of the assets from scratch. So, hard mode. Let's go. I sorted out some stuff last night. Where we left off the stream, we were in rough shape. I would say fairly rough shape. We hadn't yet really realized most of the underlying tech that we wanted to use. I wanted the tech, the visibility, and the interactions all basically done so that we could work on what I consider is going to be the great challenge of this game, which is generating starting trees, pruning the trees from a technical standpoint, and then evaluating the finished compositions against, defined standards. So I want to sort all that out today, ideally. Ideally, though. You didn't mean to be pessimistic? Oh, no. That's my brand. Don't worry. That was me. That was not in your tone. Hey, Remus. How's it going? Appreciate you hanging out. Hey, Jacob. How's it going? How are you feeling? Even mistakes are great examples to learn from. It's better. You learn more from failure than from success, right? Because success just teaches you that what you did will work again. So you don't really learn anything usually. Failure is what teaches you. That's what we learn from. Pain is a stronger motivator for change than joy. Pulling all-nighter? Not really. I wrapped up last night probably around 2 a.m. Woke up this morning around 8 a.m. Spent the morning puttering about, getting some breakfast, running a couple errands, just trying to be outside, breathe some air. But we're all set. We're all set to do our next about 12 hours, I would say, today, at least. 12 hours would be what I'd like to do. I'd like to work from like around noon to around midnight or 1 a.m. or something like that. Maybe 2 again. No, our all-nighter will be Sunday night into Monday morning, which will be really great because daylight savings time kicks in. That exact time. It's going okay. You're trying to make a bomb effect. You got crafting, watering, growing, turn taking, and junk. Yeah, you're doing great. You're killing it. All right, I will show you where we're currently at. Oh yeah, Jacob is a solo development game jam winner. They're a old pro. I only bring that up because I'm jealous. I would love to have the jam winner badge in solo development. That's like one of my lifelong goals. To achieve something like that. Do we not use this? Why is this? Why are we concerned about this? Oh, it's because of the truncation. Yeah, who cares? Oh no, that shouldn't matter. Well, maybe it does. All right, so we wrote a bunch of code, a whole mess of code. It handles all of our auto tiling and selection. So we have the play space. We can interact with the play space. I'll run it here. Actually, I'm going to update. I have some ideas about the scale that I want to play with. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to, for dramatic effect, I'm going to reduce the viewport down to what I intend to be the final size. Your graphics are suffering. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like what I was always told is pick one thing to do well in a game, each game jam, and then kind of just get by on everything else. I don't even know what I picked as the thing this time. I think the thing I picked this time was mechanical interaction and usability stuff. And everything else we're kind of punting on. But if we have a cool, like, tree trimming little game, I'll be pleased. You mad? You're mad you got it on the marathon jam? It's privileged. It sounds privileged. Since it was an existing project, not a jam. Yeah, let me enter my project that I've been working on for 2 years. We'll see. No. It also implies that you did a lot. You did a lot. So here's our current play space. The auto tiler is working. I added a secondary color so you could actually see where the cursor was. And so it's easy to trim these branches. The selection is a little twitchy, but I don't think it'll matter unless we're like on a phone. But we're looking okay. There's some weird tricks of perspective. Ooh. Oh no, this is old. This doesn't have corners. There are some weird auto tiling issues because I didn't program in corners for this debug set. But yeah, we can prune. We're generating just a mess. And so the idea is we're going to generate this shrub and you have to prune it down into like a bonsai tree. Following one style or another. You like the highlighting? Yeah. We'll probably do an outline highlighting on the final project, on the final version, but I figured it would be good. I was having some issues with selection and I needed a debug draw that I could actually figure out what was going on. Oh yeah, here's... Our auto tiler needs a few more rules. We might work on that for a minute, just to be done with that. Is this a Borg cube? Hey, ironic moronic. It's like a pile of things. We're doing a game jam this weekend. The theme is plants, and we want to do like a bonsai game where you're just like, you take a mess, like a whole mess, and you trim it down into like a little shape, following like basic bonsai rules. We have some styles that we can pursue and codify. And I think that's going to be... We tried to do like an idle game last time, or a casual game that had no scoring or anything. And so I'm trying to add maybe some more achievements this time, even though I don't really want to score the player on anything. This is game jam territory. Game jammers expect a certain amount of judgment. Yeah, so... Oh yeah, here's something. Watch closely. Again. Again. Camera rotation. So that you can trim the far side. Because otherwise you won't... There's no way you could get to the far side of the tree. I think it'll be interesting. I think you're going to have to pick a side to submit. Because there's a lot of rules about bonsai about building towards this view, towards the viewer. And I think there's a lot of an interesting analysis we can make on that. Rotations, yeah, this was the easy version of rotations. There were some things I needed to do to make it easy, but, you know, we don't complain about that sort of thing. How is this the world we live in? How is that? I think the auto tiler is failing to an extent here. Is this behind it? No, this is way behind. Trick of perspective. Bit of a trick of perspective. All right, we're going to update a few things because I see some instant problems with the auto tiler, and I want to just fix it because I don't want to worry about it. Although, we can't exactly fix that. Now that I look at it. That's owned by you. It's owned by you. Yeah, we're going to fix a few things before we dig into the heavy stuff. Start with something easy, you know. Oh, that was a rotate? You assumed it was just re-rolling the random data. Oh, no, that was a 90-degree rotation. We are leaning into concepts that we've programmed out before in our other game, but we've never done that, like... successfully, fully. Like the whole thing I just showed. I rewrote the whole thing in GDScript basically for our current use case. So it's not like we just got to that wasn't plug and play. Any chance of a button to export an image of your finished bonsai? That is a great idea. That is a great idea. That's easy. A screenshotter is one of like the easiest things to write. I have one in another project that I can just throw in probably. Screenshot is really easy. It's really easy to print the screen to like a PNG or something. So I need to add corners to these. And I think they actually need to be full corners like that. We're going to do some experimenting. I think they need to be like this. Not sure if they need to be like just the dot at the edge or this full thing. I think they need to be the full thing. I just want to test this real quick before I like fully dig into the art. Like before I finalize the other art, which I have some ideas on and we'll talk about. I think I want to reduce the size of the blocks. Like here, the blocks are 16 pixels along a side, which means they're like, well, they're 16 pixels across. That's what they are. So they're 8 pixels along a side. I think we're going to leave corners in. I don't think we're going to do any corner stuff because I think that'll be an opportunity to have fun little like shapes. Because we actually don't want like a strictly rigid look, since we're going for plant material. Can submit them into the leaderboards too. No score, but can share the image that way. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take advantage of the... Are there corners for this? I don't think the top has corners. I'm not sure if I'm doing this the right way, but we're gonna find out. Well, that's definitely not the right way. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna evaluate you based on like a score. I could. It would be pretty funny to do a score chasers for like making bonsai. There's no timed element per se, but you know, I could add a timer for score chasers. Or I could let people time themselves. It'd be pretty funny. All right, this is just the debug draw, so we're not worried about it too much. I just want to see if this is right. Something looked a little weird. And I want to see if that was a trick of perspective. Yeah, the screenshotter I've really just used for like generating a title screen, which is probably what we'll do here. That's usually what I use the screenshotter for. All right, all corners added. Let's go with that. Oh, you know what's the worst? My keyboard died overnight. And by died, I mean it just ran out of battery. But I'm using a regular keyboard, which if you know me, that's like a major handicap. Hey, A6 Giddy World, what up? Happy Saturday. How's it going? You're joining us here for day 2 of Down2Jam. We're making a game in 72 hours. A game about plants. What size are you thinking of making the blocks? I'm thinking of cutting them in half. Oh, Lord. Okay, maybe corners is too much. There's like some cases I want corners. Let me see if I can find one of the things I was talking about. You know, it's kind of okay. This is too regular, is what the problem is here for sure. Why does that look like that? Yeah, I realize that's like showing the line work a little bit too much, maybe. We could have weird shaped corners, like we could add some gnarls and stuff. But I actually think that's hurting more than it's helping, so we're gonna get rid of that. Roll it back. Roll it back. We can just do that in Git really easily. Hey, Commander Apollo, how's it going? Discard. And then maybe close the file. All right, so let me show you what I'm thinking. Discard. I'm thinking of cutting the block size down in half. From this down to this. Because I like this. It looks more organic. It's small enough that I don't have to worry about drawing weird shapes. I can just fully fill each block. And I think we can manage. I added little corner pieces. We might not like these, but I wanted to do it. We have a highlight version. So I want to test this real quick, which involves trimming this down. Pretty good. You're working more on your games per usual, trying to make and finish a commercial game for once. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That's the dream. But yeah, we're looking at trying these little things because I realized I was like, I don't have time for art. I don't have time to do big art stuff. We might be able to do a few things like draw like a pot, but even that'll probably just be built out of like pieces as like a lower level that you can't build in. Or maybe it'll be built into it and it'll just still be some area you can't build in. We'll see if I give you like a random pot designs or if we just go with one. Hey, Nix. Thanks for the hydrate. Appreciate you. How's it going? Happy Saturday. All right, so we have to reduce the size of everything if we're going to do this. Are we ready? Kind of. Emphasis on kind of. So we'll just delete this block. We'll add a new block. No. ID 0. No texture padding. So these are going to be 8 by 8. Throw in this new sprite atlas. We need to start distinguishing between the different parts of the tree for generation. Yeah, I think we're going to spend all of our time on 3 things. One is like generating the starting tree in like a decent but very much unfinished state. And doing it in such a way that it can meet the requirements. You know what would be neat is to like pick a handful of requirements and generate a tree to meet multiple requirements, and that over-generates it, so you have to like trim it down and like pick which ones you want to try to go for. It could be neat. If we're able to have a strong evaluation of the tree, that'll work. But that's number 2 of the thing that we need to focus on, is like how do we evaluate the construction of the tree? Like how do we evaluate tree space? And the third thing is like, how do you handle the propagation of trimming? Like if you trim a block and that block, other blocks depend on that block, you need to figure that out. And how do we record that, right? I have some ideas. Some ideas. Not all ideas, but some ideas. May or may not work. But you know what? That's what we're going to find out. All right, let's get this new art in the game here. Because, yeah, I think the very small pieces will look more natural when assembled together in groups. I think the bigger block was too big. And if I had wanted to make the bigger block work, I would have had to hand draw, like, variations of, like, here's a branch. Here's a branch that goes this way. Here's a branch that goes this way. Blah, 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 blah. We don't got time for that. Let's be real. Ain't nobody got time for that. All right, so let's set the texture origin. I don't know why it's not showing me the neat little thing. Is it too small? Oh, is it because this tile map is too big? Tile size 8 by 4. There we go. That looks good. We'll have to pick a size area to work in. We'll have to update all of these, which is a little frustrating because now we're too far. So we need to cut this down. So this is -4. And this is... Could I just move the whole volume? Probably. Will I? No. And then this is going to be 66. Oh, is this too much? What's going on here? Let's go for the middle first. So let's baseline on the middle. So this is -4, -2. There we go. And we'll work our way down. That looks good. Hey, Rhiannon, is the grid still going to take up the same amount of space, just with double the amount of blocks? I don't know if it's going to be double. I added a center, a definitive center block, because it helps with a lot of things, like determining whether we're off center or doing rotation. So we have an odd-sized block volume. So we're going to hand pick a volume that's good. It's probably going to be more than 16, which is what we were doing before, and probably less than 32, which is double. We'll probably settle into like the 20s or 19. 19 would be nice. 19 is a nice grid size because it's like a nice nod to like Go. And it's kind of just good. Kind of just a good size. Whoop. Uh-oh. How do I do this? So what is this supposed to be then? So it's +4. Okay. So this is -4, 10. Oh yeah, I'm gonna change the music. We're gonna play our like little meditative radio. That worked. That worked out for us last time. If it gets too quiet and sleepy, play something else. If it gets too like down tempo, not down tempo. If it gets too sinister, is maybe the way I'll put it. Sad or sinister. This is nice. All right, 9 -4, 14. -4, 18. 22. You know, there's an argument to be said to not actually have the Z at a negative. You know, it's actually okay. It's okay. It's okay. So that'll actually help because we're going to have this potted plant. And then the whole point of having the grid extend below is so that you can do the cascade. You can do a cascade build if you want. And if the tree is supportive of that. It's going to be really interesting to see if we can pull this off. We have a small number of problems, but they are big problems. I don't know why I call this Z0. I should probably rename these. I'll wait until we settle on a size, and then I'll name them. Although, maybe not. Maybe -1. We're going to take it easy. We're going to try not to rush today. Because the worst thing that happens, and this was kind of happening to me last night when I was like solving some bugs and stuff, is you start to get frustrated. It starts to just make everything worse. Oh, look at this. Neat. Zero. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sounds like the Factorio music. Am I crazy? 7. Are these totally off base? Is this not 0? Did I blow it? No, this one is totally 0. Why are we unbalanced? It's not like a problem. It's just a question. Did I delete one of these on accident? Maybe. Oh, I want to use way down here. What's your deal? What are you? Oh, okay, I just didn't finish. All right, we're gonna update the Z indexing too to fit our new naming convention here. Tonkers, you're right. Sometimes Factorio ascending. Yeah, there were moments. There were moments. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Yeah, last night was a furious like refactoring of things and like changing my mind about how the infrastructure was and then having to change all of that and woo. It was something. But we're doing good. I'm feeling good about where we are at. Keep in mind that if we were doing Ludum Dare, this would be our starting point. Ludum Dare is only like 6 weeks away. And I want to do well this time in the compo. So just think about how tightly we need to scope. Think about how it really is the whole battle is scope. In game jams. That's like that I feel like it determines your fate before anything else. All right, so that's -2, so this will be -6. You know, you could build, what are you saying, Rhiannon? You could build tile map layer generator into your jam templates since you deal with them a lot. Yes. If we come up with some good stuff for this, we're going to be doing this more often because I have a lot of my ideas involves navigating a 3-dimensional space that we're presenting in 2 dimensions. It's kind of our bread and butter. I templated the Bare Necessities stuff, so if we made another game at all like Bare Necessities, we'd be good to go. It's like and it's funny, and then I decided to do this, which is like 3 dimensions, and we're not prepared at all. But I mean, we're prepared in the sense that I knew what to do. But yeah, we didn't have any code ready. So yeah, I'm very much pro templatizing as much as possible. It's hard to find the time to do it, and it's kind of weird because you have to guess what you're gonna need. But, you know, it's always good to have. That's something we've started building up. We should have more considering how many years we've been jamming now, but, you know. So far, all of our games have been very different, so there hasn't been a lot of opportunity. The closest was maybe we tried to use a similar system in the Grave Escape that we used in Bare Necessities, but it was very different because it was like a very different context. So it ended up being very different. And it ended up kind of being a mistake to have click to move. All right, so this is still unbalanced for some reason, and I don't understand. There are 10 of these, and there's 17 of these. So I guess that is the correct number. They're just not all in the right spot. So we're going to just take this one, move it way down here, rename it. And then reposition it. Oops. There we go. Balance, just like the game. You also know it gives you something to do while you think about the project, though. I also do like that. You know, I do like my busy work. I like a little bit of busy work now and again when working on a game. it really helps to kind of unfocus your vision sometimes and kind of just think. I'm a firm believer. I'm not the only, and I'm certainly not the first person to say this, but I'm a firm believer in wall clock time being like a critical aspect of design. Like there's some aspects of design that cannot be rushed. They're just gonna come when they come. The best you can do is be ready when they arrive. Build in a way that's flexible, that can be changed easily. All right, that looks good. Let's see if the system hates this. I guess I have to tell it something. Do I? Will this just work? This might just work. Hey! That doesn't look terrible. I have mixed feelings about the corners. A little hard to tell what block you're on. We should probably do something a little different for the highlighting. But I do like this resolution. Like, obviously it's a cube, but I can see how this is going to feel more natural. Like, it looks gnarled already, which is a good place to start for a bonsai tree trimming game. And we can rotate the camera and work on the other side if we want. I made it so you can only make one edit per click. So, like, you can't just hold the button and, like, drag around. It, like, won't do anything. I think that's in the spirit of bonsai. Like, your cuts should be thoughtful. I don't know if I love the corner stuff I'm doing, though. I might lighten up the corners. I think there's a little too much highlighting. Might lighten up the corners. And by lighten, I mean darken. But yeah, let's figure out a different highlight for this. Will it be tied to the coloration of the tree? Probably. I could just pick a gray color to complement the white. Like we could do something like this, maybe. Feel Zelda-y? Nice, nice. The Gandalf School of Game Design. Yeah, design is never late. Yeah. One edit per click feels very bonsai. You think rotations are going to be really useful in evaluating the space and choosing the best style to go for? Yeah. Well, it looks kind of cool. Thanks. Are you working in a team this game, Jam? And how many are you guys? Just me. C'est moi. I'm doing a version of this jam which requires me to work by myself. They call it the One Dev Army. Maybe that feels more natural for like a selection without totally ruining the nature. I'm going to try. We're going to have a couple different palettes, I think, like, and we'll randomly pick between them. Like, we'll have a couple bark colorations and we'll have a couple of foliage colorations, and maybe you get like a random combination along with like a pot color. Like, we'll try to do some interesting stuff with the color composition. I picked a palette yesterday called 31. I think it's Matt Hackett's palette. I might be wrong about that, but I also might not be. Of course, I can't search 31 on the effing website. Well, it's just by Matt. I don't know why I thought that was Matt Hackett. Oh, it's Matt the cat. Matt the waffle cat. I don't know why I jumped to the gun on that. Hey, Nix. How's it going? Yeah, you sent that hydration a while ago. Maybe like 20 minutes ago. Good to see ya. How's it hanging? Maybe we use some of these cool colors. I don't know. Let's try a few things. So yeah, we want a little. This is okay. This feels like a highlight, right? It's like not. It's a little wrong. I'll probably pick a highlight for each color. But yeah, I like a full block highlight over just the outlines. We're also over generating. I was doing that just so because I wanted to see some. I wanted some natural auto tiling. So I think we'll go a little bigger than this. Let's try a 19 by 19. That might be literally perfect. How's everyone doing? I try to remember that it's a chill Saturday for a lot of people and we're just hanging out. Hard to do when you're jamming. All right. We'll do that. We'll make the length a 19. I think any bigger than this and I start to be concerned about performance issues. It actually takes us a while to do the rendering. The only benefit for us is that we don't need to update the rendering very often. But when we do, it takes like the whole frame to do it. I seem to have broken a few things. Maybe not. Maybe it's just the gnarl. Hard to tell if I broke anything with this. This is good. This has a little bit of empty space above and below. You're not going to use the whole thing. Which makes me think I want to, like, tighten up. I can't really change the resolution again. I mean, here's the thing, though. Is anyone actually forcing us to use this resolution? I mean, I am. I could pick a different resolution. I could make it a little bigger. There's no real reason we need to use a standard size, but I like this size. I feel like this is a reasonable size. I'm gonna reduce the amount of generation. See that all that does is like guarantee there are more individual blocks. We see a little bit of stuff like what I would look like branch stuff. So our challenge is going to be defining like some kind of gravity around which to build the trees. Like we're going to need to define a starting point and like send up a number of trunks that kind of go up, but also kind of go out or over or even down. And then the thing for me that I'm having a hard time thinking about is like if you trim a branch and there's other blocks that depend on that branch, how am I going to evaluate that? Let's try to do something more sparse. Yeah, so this has like... I don't love this background. I want to pick a nicer background color. I do like a rocking chair. I'm like I'm like, I could be left alone on like a back deck in like a rocking chair. I could be like left alone like all day. I was born to rock. I want to fill the space up slightly more, but I kind of want the pieces to be a little bit bigger. I haven't quite decided. Does it make sense to do in a regular tile size? Like, does it make sense to do something like 12 maybe? How would that even look? That would be like... I think we'd start to look too cube-like. I think if we did anything bigger than 10, you'd start to notice. We might be able to do 10 pixel, though. Game jams are fun, because this is like... We can just break the rules, because, like, who cares? So what is this? This is 12? Yeah. And then... move it up slightly. We also could change the structure of the block, huh? We don't have to use this exact. Yeah, this is too cube-like, in my opinion. We were like, we've already reacquired the cube look. This is small enough where it's like hard to tell exactly what it is. What about 10? Would 10 work? What would 10 even look like? It would be like rounded at the tip. Or maybe what it would be is like this, actually. Ooh, 10 might be like really nice. This might be the sweet spot. I gotta think about this. I've never done one like this where the center back point is thin. Usually I do double widths at the back. And I think that's actually nice here. It fills it out and makes it rounded. This might be too pointy. But it might be nice. Let's at least look at it, you know? Let's not judge a block by its, I don't know, dimensions. This I think is like 100% a cube is my problem. If I fill it in. If I fill it in correctly. What are we thinking between this and this? It should tessellate okay. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's something I didn't think about. I think it over tessellates. And how would we deal with that? Maybe it's okay. You would get, if you were in a situation like this, we would fill in like this. Anyway. It would look like this. How does this look like for a branch? I'm not sure. It might be worth a try, honestly. Kind of weird how this is happening. You like the 10. You also don't mind the cube aesthetic. So we like the 10 size, but it might be very cubey. The benefit of a bigger size means there's more interior, which is usually doesn't matter. I'm gonna open up this thing. So we're kind of deciding between this and the slightly bigger I think we're gonna go with this because this is gnarly and it looks like it could be anything. I just wanted to try it. Test your local maxima, you know? Even if you think you found something good, try. Try to find something else. 5. See if there's an even taller peak just around the corner. Yeah, so cube, 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 ambiguous. I think we have to go with this because if it's ambiguous, kind of more rounded, organic look. I think we have to do that. I don't think we have a choice. This is a neat experiment though. Hey, day 2. Thanks, Corolla. You like the ambiguous cube? Looks funky. You mean this one? I think we're going to keep this one. I think this is neat, but yeah, I think we're going to keep the 8. I know the 12 would be like way too... This also has way too definitive this Y feature, which I guess is cool. No. I think it's a little too sharp. I think it's a little too sharp for the aesthetic we're going for. I'm going to try this someday, though. I kind of like this. Kind of weird what happens when you try to tessellate it, though. Kind of weird. Compared to, like, when you tessellate this. Doing it this way doesn't extra thicken the outline. Something about that causes a double thick outline or triple thick outline to appear. But yeah, we're going to pick a size that fills the space. I want to fill the space a little more. You know what I'm saying? I think I want a slightly warmer highlight color. What are we thinking? Maybe this. Yeah, something like this could be nice. This is a little too gray. Whoop. And this is nice because the inner of this steps nicely into the outer of this. That's nice. That's nice. Let's try that. And it doesn't look like this could be a foliage color exactly, so I think it's okay to use for this. Hearing Merc, you only think of mercenary and not Mercedes. Yeah, Merc is an interesting abbreviation of Mercedes, but I do think of Mercedes when people say Merc. To be fair, Merc is a weird shortening for mercenary as well. That hard C, soft C controversy. Yeah, okay. This is a good highlight color. So so here's like a low number of things that are generating, which is rough because the auto tiler doesn't get to have any fun. Problem is when we generate more stuff, it's very obvious that we're generating a cube. So we need to start generating like intelligent structures. I do like this highlight. I am going to get rid of... Yeah, I really like this highlight actually. We'll have a similar one for the foliage. Although the foliage one might just be another kind of foliage color. Maybe not, though. We'll continue this principle of like continuing the ramp for the color into the highlight. We'll try that. That seemed to work. This is not quite as clean, but I think it's all right. It's all right by me. Hey, Retro Engine, def the smaller ones. It looks like big pixels rather than bigger cubes. Okay, nice. Good. Sorry if I missed that for a while. My peripheral vision is not amazing. We have to fix the corner pieces. So let's get... So there's... The corner thing is not working the way I'd hoped. There are some auto-tiling rules we need to modify. Oh, yeah, I was going to pick a better background color. What do we go for? Something dark or something light? Probably something light. Even though people are going to hate that. Maybe we'll have a button that's like dark mode. Where's the environment of clear texture color? Oh my god, have we already been on for an hour? That's not good. Let's just lighten this up a little. 191 maybe. We'll have a dark mode. Yeah. Because we want something bright like this because it's nice, I think. I don't think we would want something dark. A light blue might be nice. Yeah, you're right. A light blue could be nice because it's unlikely that we are going to have blue foliage or trees or anything. It's not a terrible idea. Get into that sky blue a little bit. We want to saturate. We want it to be just right. How's that? That might be a little too saturated. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I think that works. It's a little less blinding than like the white. And it goes well with pretty much everything we're gonna do. Good call. This is kind of what we use in our main project too. And it really helps me distinguish the foreground from the background. Why can't I get to this block? Is it like really far away? All right, let's do a little adjustment to this before we, because at some point I'm gonna like increase this with alternative colors. Like we'll have some red fall foliage and we might have like a cooler trunk to go with it. So like we'll have another couple sets of colors. So let's finalize how this looks. Maybe get rid of that. Pleasant, yeah. Nice. We don't talk about time here. I try not to. Next, chili update. Tomorrow's a big day. You got some high-quality cat calmer. High-quality cat calmer. Is that like cat weed? Same stuff your cat doctor used to calm down cats. You're going to drug them and hopefully be able to bring them closer to each other. They won't try to end each other. Oh, that'll be interesting. Today you were able to feed them snacks and they didn't hiss, but they were separated by the fly mesh door. Ah. So just trying to get them more familiar with each other. That's a good idea. All right. So, you know, I kind of like this one. So let's start by getting rid of the single pixel outlines here. We'll leave the ones that are extensions off of a wall for a second. We also need to update the auto tiler a little bit. The auto tiler is a little generous. And I see some issues, but that's not really where we want to. The thing I don't want to do is like spend the day fiddling with these ancillary things and avoid the key. I think the key thing of the day here is just getting trees to generate, because we can already prune them. Although we need to get trees to generate, and then we need to handle pruning logic of like branches. But I don't think I can look at that until we start generating stuff in multiple passes, because we're going to need to generate everything. And then we're going to need to pre-prune everything that's not connected to something. So I know I could build a graph, like a directed acyclic graph or something. Or some other thing to figure this out. I don't know if I'm going to do stuff like that. I've previously said software architecture and data structures don't belong in game jams. Game jams are all hack. If you aren't hacking it out, what are you doing? All right, it looks like I didn't eliminate all of the outlines. What did I leave? Ah. I'm going to leave the ones that are supported by nearby. See if that adds like a neat little structure. But the ones that are just orphan pixels, we're going to trim those out. That might help us with shape definition if there are no orphan pixels. Yeah, that's looking better. There's perspective stuff that's still occasionally causing little things, but it's not present everywhere. The F is that. Did I miss? I missed some more, maybe? Let's see if I missed any more. Or is it something else is overwriting these? Did I miss anything else? No, so it's an overwrite. So let's try eliminating these. You know what? I might leave that one. Oh no, that was correct. I'm getting confused about which belong to which here. I think this is good. You said it yesterday. You'll say it again. You're impressed that I'm able to make tile maps, edits to the tile map the way I do. It's because I know I have a pretty good understanding of what these mean. we've been working with them for a few years. I live and breathe auto tilers. All right, still the occasional orphan pixel. Where is that coming from? Can I get rid of that? There's some pixel here I didn't see. I think it's okay. It's like pretty small, but it's somewhere in here. It could be an it shouldn't be an overwrite because none of this should overwrite. It's probably oh, it's these. Was that probably? That. Here's another one. Okay, I think it was those two. I think we should be good now. Yeah, here we go. No orphan pixels anymore. Pixels always appear in pairs now, which is good. It's a subtle difference, but it is noticeable. Just don't quite know why I can't select all of these. Is there because there's something in front of you? Like, I think these are really far in the back. You know what would be nice for doing this sort of thing? To understand this, you know what would be nice to apply maybe? A little bit of atmospheric perspective. Like just the lightest amount to give it a bit of perspective. How does that sound? And by atmospheric perspective, I actually mean like a kind of fog, like a low fog. Like it's just a little darker or grayer or something at the bottom than it is at the top, because right now it's really hard to disambiguate depth, and that's kind of a problem. Hey, Corolla. Oh. You missed your delivery. I hate that. I hate when it's like, it's on its way. What's worst is when it's like, it's delivered, and you're like, what? No, it's not. All right, we'll place all these, recolor them, assuming I remember how I did that. Will the volume be filled out this much in general? It may not be as big an issue. It will start out like that, right? Like that's the kind of the idea, is that it will start out rather crowded and unorganized, and like part of your activity is to like bring order to it. So like it's really important that people can like understand the space. So I don't know. I think it's worth trying. All it is setting a modulate on the tile map layer. What we should do is also start generating foliage as distinct from wood. Make a distinction between wood and foliage so that they auto tile separately. I don't know about this song. There's like a fine line on when it comes to meditation or whatever. crazy how much of a handicap it is to be using a regular keyboard. All right, so we're going to set 2 different types of blocks. Some of them don't care. Some of them do care. So here we'll say variable block type equals block type int equals block data. Actually, it's going to be... Oh no, we're guaranteed to be able to do this. Block data get index. If this fails, we want to know about it. Awards. And here we'll say if it's greater than. Now instead of that, we're going to say if it's equal to block type. So we'll do our auto tiling based on block type now instead of just treating them all the same. We'll say if block type is equal to 2. Actually, you know what we should do is we should have an enum for this. Right now we're just going to have wood. Well, we're going to have, right now we're going to have empty. Well, this should just be blocks. There will be empty, maybe null, empty. Eventually there's going to be trunk. Maybe there will be root. Trunk. Oh. Let's start with trunk. Trunk, root, branch, and leaf. Maybe foliage. We'll say leaf. It's short. Foliage is a long word. I'm doing this whole game in one script so far, and it feels inappropriate. But we might get away with it. All right, a block type is equal to 2. We're going to say atlas chords dot y plus equals 8, something like that. How's everyone doing, though? How's your weekend? If you're jamming, how's it going? How are you feeling? Don't be hard on yourself. It's one of those things, it's really easy for, like... It's really easy to feel behind, even if you're not. Feeling okay-ish? Good. Good, no, Jewel. You should. You're doing great, I'm sure. Nothing wrong with pivoting. I wanted to do, like, branch bending, but that would involve, like, merging and rotating entire, like, things. I might do that in, like, a post-jam version, but I'm not going to try to do that today. I'm also seeing how far we get through this before I commit to doing any music. Because I have a song. I've been sitting on that would be good for this. I don't know any, like, Japanese traditional tunes, and I probably don't have the right instruments and probably wouldn't be able to learn one in time. But I have a tune that I wrote that would work for this, and I'm, like, waiting to see how good this turns out before deciding to use it or not. If I use it now, I don't know. So that's it. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I was adding the, so we should, in theory, have different block types now. Foliage and like woodage. And those should be generated. There will be less foliage generated. Actually, should there be more? There's going to be a bunch of stuff we need to experiment on of like generating more foliage towards off of. We'll probably do this in multiple passes. We'll probably generate some trunk structures first. Then we'll generate some like root structures, some branch structures, and then we'll generate foliage structures. So it's probably going to be this stepped process, and it's going to be really silly and gross. Probably do a strudel song in 1 hour, which would probably be horrible. What is a strudel song? Is that like a knees up? A song with strudel. Oh, the tool. Strudel. That's the like Haskell or whatever music maker, right? A live coding dynamic music maker. Oh, it's the JavaScript version of Tidal Cycles, which is the Haskell one. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to play with this. I actually really want to mess around with this. This is kind of weirdly my jam, this sort of thing. If I ever need to do like really tight, like very digital stuff, I'm gonna try that out. What I want to do for my main project is a lot more ambient, and I don't know if strudel is gonna be like the best for like long kind of arrhythmic ambience. I don't know, no, Joel. I don't know. I didn't know if like a strudel kind of was a kind of song. I don't know stuff. I don't drink and I don't know things. I'm like the anti-Tyrion. All right. Hey, we're doing something. Is the auto tiling is not working. Did I not finish that? Are we not decoding the value correctly? So the auto tiling is not working. I will probably want to flip that ratio. Say like 3-3, and we'll say like 6. Well, say 6-7, and we'll say. Yeah, we'll say 6-6. We'll say 3-3. Maybe we'll just say 6 and 3. Did I just like zone out? Yeah, I zoned out and just freaking stopped changing the code and ran it, and I was like, why isn't the code updated? There we go. It's starting to look like something. I can see the thing that it's starting to look like. Look at all this room we have on the side for buttons. You know what would be really crazy is if we have time to do an actual UI at the end of this. I always say I want to like knock out the technical stuff in like the first day and then like do the mechanics in the second day, and I never do that. So why is this unselectable? Why is it unselectable? Where is it is my thing. So why can't I? Oh, there are bad things happening. I broke something else. I was like, why is this not working? Something broke. which would explain a few things. All right, let's fix whatever that was. It's probably related to when I changed the size of everything. It's possible. It's possible. Wait, what? Oh, you know what's happening? I think I messed up the... How did I so thoroughly mess this up? I think I messed up some of the Z indexing. I don't think I did, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. Are you still Y sorting? Yes. Is there like a weird interaction between the Y sort and the Z index? This needs to be up by 1. Maybe that might have actually been causing some things. I don't think that would have been causing everything. No, there's still something wrong with the rotation. But that did fix the selection thing. We weren't rendering the stuff on top. That was driving me insane. You know what the good question is? Are we going to support diagonal connections as being valid? I feel like we should. Although that would add so much complexity. So maybe we don't. 44 hours left, right, what left? Why would you say it like that? Now we can start building the foliage cutaway system. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that, Arneo. I did think about that. That's what we would have done. If we did not have camera rotation, that's what we would have needed. Because if we can get to the back side of it and edit it, then we don't need it. The highlighting is working great though. This ramp was great for the highlight. The wood highlight looks good. The foliage highlight looks good. I do still think we need some kind of like atmospheric thing so I can tell when I'm looking at a block that's like really far away. Quote unquote really far away, because otherwise there's no way to tell. Which, when you're building ships and stuff like we're normally doing, doesn't matter because everything's solid and you're not like usually peering through. But this is going to be a lot about negative space and understanding where things are, like height-wise. And that's going to be really hard to do as you look back to the opposite corner. All right, so what do we think is busted about the rotation? What about the rotation is size dependent? Commander, you're going to head out, chill with family. Try to remember to actually join back. No, don't feel the need. Have a good weekend. We'll be back on tomorrow. We're going to have a special stream Monday where we play all of the Jam games. 2-view absolute. Block type is this. If is greater than 0. Okay. Yeah. I don't see anything that would be size dependent, but I'm sure there is something. Sure there is something. Z minus min. Sure. Factor A dot encode. Source ID X. So what did I do? Let's look at the Git. What did I do recently? Not that one. Probably just this. So what did I do that could affect rotation? I changed the length from 17 to 19. I specify the block type. Block data, get index coords. Oh, you know what? We're not getting those coordinates as absolute values. That's what we're not doing. We have a whole view relative, view absolute conversion system down here, and this is what handles our camera rotation. It just handles simple 90-degree rotations around the origin. Pretty straightforward. And everything is presented to you in view relative coordinates, but everything is stored in data, in the underlying data, in absolute coordinates. So if I do this thing at the top here, I need to say get index, and I need to say to view absolute, because what I'm passing in are relative coordinates, which I should probably have. You know what a thing? Okay, here's my rant. Here's my rant for today. I hate the way GDScript handles parentheses. Whenever I need to add a parentheses, and there's already a parentheses on the other side of the caret, it just doesn't happen. It just skips through the caret, and it's like, why would I ever want to do that? Why would that ever be the thing I want to do? And it does another thing where if I'm like trying to add an opening caret, an opening parentheses, it'll immediately add the closing one. And it's like, even if it detects that there's other stuff on the other side, and it's like, I can live with that one. This one, we just pass through the end caret and you have to press it again. It's like, please confirm the number of closing parentheses that you would like here. Please confirm. And it's like, get out of my face. If I hit parentheses, draw me a parentheses. Four hours, 43 hours and 37 minutes left. Oh my God, no, Julia, I'm dying. You're killing me. I don't think that's true. Is that true? I don't think that's the amount. I think we have less than that. We have 1 day and 19 hours. Oh yeah, you might be right. Dang, that's crazy. Look at everyone's... Oh, look at us. We're on the streamer board. We're on page 2. Or maybe 3 or 1. I don't know. Look at us. We're right there. You know who else is jamming? We got Taboogie jamming. We got No Jewel jamming. We got Slosky. I was hanging out with Slosky. We raided into them. I hung out in their stream for like a few hours last night. They're looking good. Gnomable is doing it. I don't think Covino is. Really good to see Taboogie back. Oh, what's Hex doing? Ooh, Hex has got some fun stuff going on. Like a pachinko machine. We should post something on here if we get something that we can show in the next day or so. Hey, Indigo Dabs too. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. We said no time. Your cube would do numbers. Yeah, let's get the cube into a shape. First, let's make sure I fix the thing I was trying to fix. Okay, yeah, camera rotation's fine again. Camera rotation's fine. Block selection is fine. So what we need to start doing... Why can't I select that one? Why can't I select the tips of these? Sometimes. Okay, that's just the thing being silly. That's going to make it really hard to play on the phone, but I'm very quickly realizing this is not going to be a phone-friendly game. So we've got a 19 by 19. We want to give the player some space to build out and over a potted plant. So the pot will rise up a few blocks above the lower edge. So the pot will be up here somewhere in the middle. So we actually might need more space. We might go up to 24 or something like that, 23. I could start doing something lopsided. We could do something lopsided where it's a little higher. The center point is a little... The center point, the Z0 could be like where the pot starts. But that's also not necessary. It'd be cool if you get a random pot selection too. So like, sometimes you get like a wide, shallow one, and other times you get like a small, deeper one. That could be neat. That could be neat. I'm not sure about using the rest of this space. I am not sure about using the remaining space here. You would like a random pot selection? You got it. That plant platformer Slosky's working on is looking pretty good. Nice. Yeah. Nix, you managed to turn off the RGB in your crazy lighthouse of a computer. Nice. Yeah, I have a liquid cooler in my main PC, and it can render a little image on it. And I really want to just put the little ship it. Originally, I wanted to put my shield and spear on there, but now I'm like, I should put the little ship or Bernard or something, or even better, have like a slideshow. I want to mess around with some of that stuff more. But I'm feeling good about this. We need to start thinking about generation, but I'm thinking about negative space. And I'm thinking about, do we want to do anything with this? I think it would be neat if we have some buttons. It would also be neat if we have some little like cards of like the different styles you can go for. That would be neat. We could support 8 and we could do 4 on each side, and that would take up some space. Negative space is like a really important part of bonsai, so I don't want to like zoom super far in or anything. I also want to be sensitive of performance, because if you look at the profiler, right now we're re-rendering every frame because I just don't care, and it's taking 50 milliseconds, which is not good. This is also a very dense thing. We're gonna refine that and drop it down like by like a factor of 10 probably. By like an order of magnitude or whatever. Because we can just only update the layers that change, which will be like usually 1 to 3, usually 3 layers. It'd be like the layer you change plus the layer above it and the layer below it. If a major branch falls, oh, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to have like, if you trimmed something, it would just fall away. That'd be pretty neat. That's maybe a visual stretch goal. That would be pretty cool. If you trim something and you just get to see it fall away. Especially when you start trimming whole branches or whatever. Let's maybe start to try to generate just one straight trunk up through the center. And then we can try to do a second pass where we try to generate branches off of the trunk. And then we can try to do a third pass where we generate foliage off of the branches. Maybe we do a little bit. I actually don't really care about the performance of the drawing right now, because on my machine, I don't care. If this runs at like 30 FPS right now, I don't care. We'll need to do better in the long run, but nice. Hey, Toast Develops. Were you the one that brings the vibes? As was. How are you doing? We're doing a game jam. We're participating in the Down2Jam game jam. Weekend game jam will be done Monday morning. The theme is plants. We're making a game about bonsai. That's what we're going to do. I've gotten a lot of help from the Wikipedia, especially this list of styles. I think this is the list of styles we're going to support. I don't totally understand the difference between literati and like this. I think literati is like there's almost no foliage until you get to the very top. I didn't really want a picture. You know what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to draw like little pixel art versions of this. Or maybe I can... Yeah, I'll need to draw them. Hey, Indigo Dabs, where'd you get the sample for the communicator? It's from like a public database of like really old Star Trek the original series sounds, I think. You can find them. You can definitely find them. But yeah, I grabbed a few different ones. I want to grab more. I need to go find more. I want some more TNG and stuff in here. Right now, it's pretty much just the original series. How many days is the jam lasting? It's 3-day jam. We're on day 2. So we're not quite at the halfway point, but we might as well be. Because I have to sleep at some point. I have to sleep at least once before Monday morning. All right, what do we want to try to do? I kind of want to mess around with that little modulate for a second just to see if I like it. Just to see if it makes... Because the circumstance that I'm concerned about is like this. Let's say 0.8 and let's say 0.4. Our generator is so random right now. Like, in this environment, I can't tell the depth of anything. So maybe what we don't want is actually a Z level depth. Maybe we want like an away from the camera depth. We want something, and it'll probably spiral into this clear color. Let's just try some stuff. Why not? We could also do it so that it only affects the lower half, so that only the lower half has the perspective, not the upper half. That could help. That could help a little. Let's look at the modulates here. So what if we just started dropping? So what do we want? We want to cover 10 maybe. We don't really want to affect the alpha. We just want to affect the lighting a little bit. Let's just try something for a second. What happened to my modulate? Visibility. Maybe it's a little more complicated than just applying a modulate. Who cares? Let's try something. What's I? What does I do? I genuinely don't know. And I also don't know how to change it back. 0. Anyone know what this number does? 255. Just messing around with some layer-based perspective here. Probably going too far. Probably should just drop it by like a few, like 4. I can't do anything with this keyboard. Thanks, Nix. Okay, so we're going to apply a look. Why did that kick in? Oh, is that like some kind of HDR thing? You know what Godot is usually really good at? Telling me what things are. You know what it's not doing right now? Telling me what this is. Tooltips are usually really good, but this doesn't mean anything. I don't know what the I means. Alright, what does that look like? That seemingly didn't do... Seemingly that didn't do anything. Which is interesting. Property does affect child canvas items, unlike this, which only affects the node itself. What if I just make this 0? Is our effect just too subtle? Oh man, was our effect too subtle? I want to try this. I do really want to try this. So what are we going to do? We're going to do 255. Probably want to end up at 128 or something like that. 18. That's 6. Let's do 4. Let's do 4 and let's do it from the top. We're going to say 251. Oh my god. Everything is horrible. 251. 251. Thank you. I hate how changing this, there's no way to like undo. You just have to like revert. Why is it entering 2 twice? Stupid keyboard. My regular keyboard's in the shop. That looked nice. Yeah, there. As far as why am I also not changing the number here? So 251, 247. I'm just gonna drop it by 4. If the thing lets me. 247, 243. $239. I'm liking this meditation radio. I don't know if anyone can hear it, really. I just want a subtle effect. Subtle. Uh-huh. Is Nix, are you being funny or is that a serious opinion? I know I'm usually asking rhetorical questions, but audio-related things are not on the list of things that I'd be asking rhetorically. Also, I could have just made this self-modulate, huh? I'm hoping this helps you understand depth, especially on the far side of the structure. No sarcasm? Really, it's a little too loud. Okay. I'll take that into consideration. So one of the things that kind of bites me when I'm doing a game jam and also just doing my regular work, which is that like I work on what I feel like I need to work on, and it's incredibly arbitrary. Like, do I need to like introduce like atmospheric perspective or whatever for my little block thing? No. Do I want to? Yes. Should I be doing something else with my time? Probably. Will I? Probably not. Yeah, I want each layer to be indistinguishably different than the layer before it, but by the end, I want you to, like, if you see multiple jumps, I want that to be perceptible. And I think we will get there. 199. 195. Yeah, I think it has something to do with HDR because it only kicks in when I blow past the byte limit of 255, and then this eye thing kicks in. So it must be some kind of HDR thing. I can't imagine what else it is. But I don't know because Godot won't tell me what it is, so. This is 191. You like your relaxing music quieter? You're not against the current volume, it's just your preference. Intensity? Yeah, if I mean the eye. Yeah, I've been asking about it for like 10 minutes. I'm like, I don't know what this is. I don't know how to do color stuff. 191. I also don't know what it means. Sorry, I'm lashing out. Because you tell me it's intensity. I don't know what that means either. Like, I know what it means colloquially, but I don't know what changing this means. 191. 187. Hey. Collapse to Sammy. Thank you for following. You broke my brain with your username. But thank you. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good weekend. You just look it up and you found it too. It's true. If true, it shows an intensity slider. The intensity is applied as follows. Convert the color to linear encoding, multiply it by 2 something intensity, and then convert it back to nonlinear sRGB encoding. Okay. Yeah, I don't know when I would need to do that, but I'm sure there's a time. Sure there's a time and a place. 191, 195, 187, 184. Oh my lord. JD, raid alert. Hide the code. Let's finish this real quick. How's it going? Are you down to jam? Hey everyone. This is Digital Iliad. All right. No worries. JD, thanks for the raid and run. Working on your web hosting platform. Word. Hey, Stony Eagle. How's it going, Raiders? Yeah, we're doing a game jam. Normally, we're working on an FTL like that we're making in Godot. But this weekend, we are doing Down2Jam, the community-centered game jam. The theme is plants. And we're going to be making a game about bonsai. About trimming bonsai plants. Right now, we've got the area. I would say we have the play space defined. We need to start working on the generation. Yeah, I think I signed up for the Creo drop beta maybe, or I thought about it and then didn't do it. But if I didn't do it, I'll do it. Thought it would be cool to try. Hey, Stony Eagle, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so right now, yeah, this doesn't look like it's doing anything. But yeah, we've got this little space. Right now, we're just filling it with random foliage. We need to fill it with some more rigid structures, but the goal is you're going to start with this big gnarly thing, and you're just going to trim it down. So you can't, it's hard to tell, but I can trim this. So I can like highlight and remove blocks. If you want to trim the far side, you just rotate it around to the far side and work on it there. And so it's going to be about trimming this thing down into like a pleasing shape, picking which face is the front, and then like maybe like quote unquote screenshotting it, and then the game will be like, oh, you made one of these. It'll be like maybe if you didn't make anything, it'll be like you made a mess. Or it'll probably say that more nicely, like nobody can put constraints on your creativity. It's probably what it would say. But if you do good and you do one of the recognized styles here, maybe we give you an achievement or something, or tell you did a good job. Just because game jammers need to be punished. They have this need for recognition and punishment. And so I made the mistake of doing a cozy game for my last game jam, for my last Down2Jam, and I'm not going to make that mistake again. We might be doing bonsai, but this ain't going to be cozy. Bonsai is judgmental. But yeah, we can just play around with this. We need to work on the generation software. We have like the mechanics of like, here's how you... We need to work on the generation and evaluation, and we also need to work on a couple other things like how do you trim a branch and affect pieces downstream. We got a little auto tiler that renders all this for us, though. I can call you Stony? All right. We're all gluttons for pain. But yeah, this is what we're working on. I think it's kind of neat. We're on day 2 of 3. So, you know, it's rubber's meeting the road here. So we got to work on the generation. We're doing some modulation. I can kind of see it. I think it's too subtle to notice. I think we'll do a little more. I know this is not how we should be spending our time. I should have a tool script that just updates these, is what I should do. I'm not going to do that, though. But that would be the thing to do. Wait, why is Z9? Why did I subtract from the top? It should be full 255. And this will be 199. Or not 255. 249. We'll try to do it a little more intensely. We were doing four steps. We'll do 6 steps. 243. That was already 243. 237. 231. The individual steps are not noticeable, and I want them to be just like barely noticeable. This was 231. Okay, so this will be 225. So far, it's not, we haven't overdone the look yet, which is good. This will be 199. I think this will help because we're also not going to have any kind of lighting model in this game. So it'd be cool to suggest some lighting with stuff like this. Oh, we're heading into ads. Hold on to your ads, people. I should probably go get some water or start some tea or something. I might go grab a... I'm not hungry yet, but maybe I'll boil some water or something. 187. 187. 193. Did I go too far? I'm going to use my calculator so that I'll mess this up. I'm worried that I messed this up. No, that was right. $181. $75. $169. $63. $7. Shouldn't this be drifting? 151. $45. It looks like we might terminate around 128, which is what I want. 49. $43. Looks like we're not quite gonna get there. 137. If we make the block space a little bigger, I'm sure we'll have room. All right, let's see if we can see that. Okay. There's a harder jump here somewhere. I must have accidentally done a big jump. But this is kind of what I want. It's maybe a little too much. But I kind of want this because otherwise it's really hard to see when you look back. This might not actually help with that. But you can kind of see some gray, some darker things in the background. Should we fade to blue a little instead of fading to gray? Should we like add a touch of blue? To fade it into the background? Probably. Okay, does Iliad and Digital Iliad come from the poem? Indeed. If I just cut through far enough. Yeah, you can kind of see now that this is farther away. Before you couldn't tell that at all. And I think that's going to be important, being able to see that. Like if I just start drilling holes through this stuff. Once we're generating it more sparsely and more intentionally, I think that kind of detail is going to be important. I think we're going a little too far. Hey, Collapse. No, I'm not. I'm Dave. My name is public knowledge, actually. Mainly because I put my name in my game title sometimes. How's it going? I don't know why you're looking... I'm not James, but, you know, I hope you don't find him. Oh, you're James Downham. Are you making a game jam joke of some kind? I don't have enough background thread to process that right now. You're a processor chaos. You're an ancient history geek. Welcome in. That's awesome. Me too. I haven't gotten to be able to do much classic stuff in terms of like old school stuff. My very first game jam, which is almost reached its second anniversary, is really cool. It's about like little sailing ships trying to reach a temple. It's probably the only one I've done that has like an ancient history vibe to it. That one's on my itch. It's a Following Wind. It's kind of neat. I'm pretty proud of it for being my first one. But yeah, we've been game jamming for a couple of years now. We're doing Down2Jam today. And by today, I mean this whole weekend. All right, one more pass. One more pass on this modulation thing, and then I'm done. We're going to go by fives, because then there's no way I can mess up the math. So we'll go 255. We should also decide if we want to expand the space at all anymore. Like, do we want to expand a little? Just a little? Do we want to, like, fill out the top and bottom space? Go up to, like, 21? I feel like we have a little more space that we could use. Yeah, there's a jump somewhere. So let's see about that. So different than yesterday? Yeah, I figured out some stuff last night. We're generating the space. We can manipulate the space. We're auto-tiling the different materials. We can rotate the space. So if you notice this like pair here in the corner, you can kind of follow it as we go around. Now it's over here. Now it's back here. Now it's over here again. So yeah, we can rotate. We updated. We got two different kinds of block types coming in here: foliage and wood. We're gonna split up the wood into three types. We're gonna split it up into roots, trunks, and branches, and we're gonna work on after I stop doing my silly little experiment here. Should this maybe not be linear? Should this be a non-linear ramp? Is it not working because it's linear? Or is it struggling a little because it's linear? Okay, 4 was not noticeable. 6 is a little too much. I'm hoping 5 is exactly right. I want to decide if we're going to increase the size of the area. I really like 19 by 19. Because that's a real nice nod to go. But that's like a really stupid reason to be picking size. Although we are at the point where I'm starting to worry about performance issues, so maybe we stick with 19 by 19 by 19. See if I can spot where this incidental jump was, where I accidentally overdid it. How are y'all doing? How's it going? We must have done like a crazy jump somewhere. I must have skipped a 10 somewhere. Like jumped down an order of magnitude or something, because this seems weird. 235. 230. I think we got it this time. I think this will be good. I think we're pleased. 220. 215. I think this is going to be just the right amount. We might blue tint it a little bit. Just a little bit. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, I think this will be subtle. I think this will be nice. Processor, you're working on a game where users can create content. Really have to think about performance. What if the player makes 1,000 of these type of stuff? Oh yeah. Uh oh yeah. We're concerned about that a lot here too. Our main game is like an FTL-like, which FTL refers to FTL faster than light, and we're doing it in 3D. So we have some really interesting stuff. It's kind of why we gravitate towards this kind of design. This kind of volumetric, simulation-heavy kind of design. I really like this sort of thing, but yeah, I'm always thinking about that. Godot has interesting answers to that. Pretty good engine. Maybe not as blazing fast as some others, but it has very little overhead, which is good. So it really doesn't really waste any time doing things that you're not telling it to do, which is I love. But that's cool. We have a Discord. If you want to provide us some updates or ask questions or just hang out with the community. I love following along with game dev work, local game devs in the community here. What is this? This is, yeah, 5 made a huge difference. We're at 185. We were at 145. Yeah, I think I overdid it. I think we're dialing it in. This was 180, I said. 80. 175. 170. 165. Okay, this should give us a nice little terraced, subtle terraced lighting effect. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is subtle. But I think it helps. So, like, you can... It barely helps. Like, if I start digging through here and I find a block, like, in the back. Like, let's try to dig out some of these more forward blocks. You can see they're getting a little darker. And, like, it's hard to tell... But I think you can. I think when you're at least playing it, it will be a subtle clue that you're like, hey, these aren't exactly next to each other because it's a darker shade. I think the steps are nice. I don't think you can tell any individual 2 steps apart, which is ideal. But when you compare the bottom to the top, there's like a noticeable difference. I think this is all right. Do we make it a little bigger though? No, I'm gonna not. I'm gonna not. I'm gonna do good. I'm gonna not make it bigger. What we need to do is we need to encourage more negative space, like more empty space. So we really need to work on our generation. And I know I said that like 8 times, but I'm serious about it now. Start working on it. Yeah, you can rotate around, work on the other side. It's important to cultivate a front for one of these. And by that, I mean like an intended viewing angle. And I think that's neat. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Rhiannon. I did say I was going to make tea, huh? Maybe I'll wait one more ad break. Oh, nice. You're doing a real-time strategy with fully destructible spaceships the players design themselves. Ooh. All right. We're going to take a brief... We're going to take 1 second to show you our main project, because I think you'll like it. Right now, we're really heavy in tools development for it. So we're not really... there's not really much to see. But we also have a tool for building ships that we've been working on. We're doing this kind of isometric 2D low-res pixel art thing. So we have these 3D ships that we're rendering in isometric 2D. And we have this whole system in place for how to build those and how to see into them, which is a significant challenge from this perspective. And it's kind of like, watch this just crash immediately from some thing I did and didn't pay attention. I think we left this project off in a really good spot. I'm not running the other one right now, am I? No, okay. But yeah, you can build these spaces out. You can see the similarity to what we're working on right now. It uses totally different tech, but the principles are very similar. So you can build these rooms. There's something that'll kick in, which is really neat here. If I do it correctly. This also utilizes an auto tiler and a bunch of stuff. So if we create a sealed area, so we're all gray boxing all this stuff, but if we create a sealed area, we can now scroll in to see different parts of the ship. The scroll is a little twitchy, but everything else about this works great. Oh man, that's that low wall walk. Love that. Love to see it. Get out another floor if we wanted. Your biggest obstacle is actually graphics at the moment. I have to find some great artists. Oh yeah, I'm doing my own art. I am not an artist. I take advantage of making lots of little small things and then develop systems that render those things together. Create the effect that I want. But yeah, I can't draw all that stuff myself either, really. I kind of blew this. There we go. But yeah, this is the kind of thing we're working on normally during the day. I say during the day, it's not like this is our full-time job. Ugh. Now we have double-decker situation. So now we can see like more parts of the ship and we can just kind of step up. So this is what I'm working on for my FTL Lake. I don't know. I don't think the player is going to be building their own ships, but I wanted a really good tool for myself and for modders to be able to build this stuff. Have you considered locking XY? You can do that. You can hold control and lock XY, and it overwrites the thing. You don't want to lock XY all the time. Whoa, that's weird. What did I do here? Is that just updating? Oh, I broke this the seal here somehow. Interesting. Yeah, this is what we work on normally. We're not doing it this weekend, but this is our normal thing. Very pleased with it so far. What we're working on now is our bonsai generator. Arneo, you think the direction of rotation for the tree might need to be communicated somehow? It's snapping like that is hard to tell. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to... I think I'm going to have buttons. I think we're going to have buttons. I think we'll have like a rotate... And we'll have a little swoopy arrow that tells you what direction you're rotating. So on the right side, there will be a button to rotate. On the left side, there will be a button to rotate. I think there will also be a button to undo and a button to redo. We'll probably leave in hotkeys, but yeah, we'll probably light up the button when you use it. So if you turn left or whatever, we'll show the little arrow of the direction that the thing is rotating around. And whether you click the button to rotate or you like control rotate, I think we'll light it up. So yeah, because yeah, it'll be way more obvious because right now there's no meaningful structure to track when you're rotating. Like you can watch something like this little L shape and you can kind of see it travel around. But there needs to be distinct features before rotation is meaningful to the player. I like the little gradient we made. It's super subtle, but I like it. I'm still tempted to make the grid bigger. Let's worry about that later. Let's worry about the thing that we actually care about, which is the principle around generating the blocks. I know, we can't be discovering bugs in the main game during the jam. Yeah, it was interesting. I think I punched a hole and then replaced it, but for some reason those two rooms became associated together. Interesting. Is that just an internal tool? Yeah, I think so. I think mostly. I mean, I'm going to let modders use it and stuff, but it's not going to be a game about building ships. That's not what the game is going to be about. It's just a tool we're using to get there. So, I don't know why I have this. Do I need to diagram this? I kind of don't want to. If I do anything art-wise additional besides just making new colors for this, we'll need to build out like a pot that we can generate. So maybe what we do is we generate a pot first. Then we generate some trunks out of the pot. Then we generate some roots from the trunks. Thanks for the follow, Processor Chaos. I appreciate that. And then we generate some branches from the trunks. We could honestly generate the roots and the branches at the same time. There's not really much of a distinction. Well, there's a little of a distinction in that the root grows down. Work towards these things pays themselves if the game gets bigger. Yeah, I did not want to... A long time ago, I tried to make some ships by hand because we have that auto tile renderer, and so I was like hand auto tiling things, and I was like, I'm not going to do this. If I go this route, there will be one ship in the game, and I'll never want to make another ship. But if the tool is easy to use, and if it can be used by like modders and stuff, then like... I feel like if you're an indie game developer, especially if you're a solo indie game developer, it really behooves you to work on systems and tools, because it's really hard to just put in the raw effort of like building content. You really need help with the content. So having a strong system is like a really good way to approach that. Okay, I can kind of tell when two blocks that look like they should be part of the same thing aren't, which is good. That means the little thing is having some effect. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna fix the auto tile. A couple things about the auto tiler. I might not for a minute. I'm actually okay with the way that it looks. The auto tiler is really simplistic. So let's look at a staged generation. Maybe we'll put it in a function. Would that be crazy to put that in a function? Say func generate bonsai this way. I'm gonna struggle all day with this keyboard. Your project's full of tools and scripts that help you concentrate on the actual gameplay as much as possible instead of tech stuff. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna replace this with just a line that says generate bonsai. Then if we want like a restart, we can just... Honestly, if we restart the game, if we need to regenerate a bonsai, I'm tempted to just relaunch the whole game. Rather than try to do anything else. I could say generate bonsai plant. Well, it's more than just the plant. Do we make some colors for like the pot? I think we do. And do I want this to be wide or tall? I kind of want it to be... wide. Who cares? Doesn't matter. You know what I'll probably do is we'll have an alternative wood color here, and we'll have an alternative foliage color here, and then in between, in the third or the fourth quarter, we'll have some potted plant colors. That's how we'll do this. Let's get this bigger. Make it 256 by 256. I'm not going to worry about alternatives yet. But we have room for a couple. What I'm going to do is put something here. It'll be like the potted plant. And by the potted plant, I mean the pot itself. We're going to use some of these blues, I'm thinking. We're going to use some of these blues. I think we'll use these. I think this will be a nice juxtaposition with the sky. I don't think there's any other colors on here we'd really use. This is going to be some alternative trunk, a cooler trunk. Maybe a hotter... foliage. Maybe gray will be an option. Let's start with this. We'll start with this. That should be nice. We're gonna head out. All right, next. Take it easy. Have fun with your cats tomorrow. I know you do every day. So we'll have a darker potted pot and maybe like a lighter one. These are like very unnatural colors that we're not going to see in the tree, which make them good candidates for the potted plants. Is this viable? Or is this too much? This might be too much against the sky. But I'm going to try it anyway, because who cares? Maybe this is a good one, actually. Although I think this is my alternative foliage ramp. We have some golds that we could use. Let's make some more. Let's just do it now. Who cares? Let's just make some more alternatives, and then we can... Whoa. I don't know if I'm feeling these ones at the bottom here, but... Why not? Who's gonna tell me I'm wasting time, besides everyone? Hey, Magoo. How's it going? So I want to kind of warm...
Most illogical.
Says you. Wait, am I using this already? I am. This is trunk stuff, not foliage. It's going to be like this. And then this one will probably be not that different to what we already have. Yeah, that's actually identical. I'm okay with that, actually. So we've got a couple different trunk colors that we can pick at random. We've got this cooler one and this kind of deeper, warmer one. Is there another one we would like? Are we using this color? Yeah, we are. It'd be better to do this and then this into this. Should it actually be more like this? Oop. And then into this here. Yeah, I like that better. Can we similarly do this way? I'm just trying to come up with combinations of the ramps that I like. So like this is like a trunk type and a highlight type. This is a trunk type and a highlight type. This one's maybe a little brighter and this is maybe a little more muted. Hey, 35 stream streak. Way to go. Way to go, Magoo. Magoo. Alright, some more foliage. That's too light a start. Maybe it's okay. Does this work as well? There's like one other type that we could try. Whoa. Is this the exact same as the other one? It is, isn't it? Is there something else we could do that would be a little different? Is this too much? It's probably too much. I want to do something like this. Oops, that's not right. Like this. It's kind of unusual. I guess it's okay if it ramps the same way, huh? And then I want to try a foliage that looks like this. Might be a little too bright, but I kind of want to try it. Think that'd be nice. Is there one other that we could think of? I'm thinking of something cool. I think it'd be cool to do a cool one. I also don't quite know which ones would match up with which. I think it's like these two would go together. And then maybe this one with this one. And then maybe this one with another one that we can make. I think would be like this. Hey, Tabugi, how is it doing? How are you feeling? How's the jam going? How are you feeling about your progress? I don't know why I asked that. Some people are probably like, why are you asking? My progress is fine. All right, yeah, well, I would like one of these cooler foliage options as well. With a nice highlight, a nice frosty highlight. Yeah, this one might go really well with this one. All right, that's probably enough of a palette here for our auto tiler. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Who's asking? I'll show you what we're up to. I've got most of the underlying tech done in terms of how to interact with the space. Like we have this rotatable 3D little block space where we're auto tiling different materials together. And we can kind of prune. We can prune pieces one by one. We need to figure out like a branch logic. So when I prune a piece, we can prune any pieces that depend on it. We need to generate, more importantly, we need to generate something that's like a tree to start, or a couple trees. And then your job in the game is going to be to like prune it down into like something that matches a rough approximation to like a bonsai style. So we'll probably support, so it'll probably be interesting. It'll probably be, so we'll generate these 4 things. We'll generate the pot. We'll generate a trunk, or more than one, maybe just one. Well, multi-trunk is an option. We'll generate 1 or more trunks. We'll generate some roots from the trunk. We'll generate a pot first, probably, for everything. And then we will... We'll generate branches off the trunk. We'll generate some foliage off of the branches. So we're going to like over-generate, and then the player's job is going to be to like, to look at what they've got and decide like, huh, would this be good for like a cascade or a semi-cascade? I don't know if we're going to distinguish between cascade and semi-cascade. In the same way, I don't know if we're going to distinguish all of these. I don't know if we're going to support all 8 of these. We might support 6 of these, maybe. It's going good. For the first time, you might be in advance. Ooh. Yeah, I'm feeling okay about the initial stuff, which is causing me a false sense of security, I think, because the 3 remaining tasks that I really have to iron out, which is the how do you generate the blocks? How do you generate the starting tree well? And then more importantly, how do you evaluate what the end is like? And there's a lot of really strict rules in bonsai, so like I know the rules. I don't know the rules, but I can look the rules up. It's more a question of like, how do you evaluate the space? But like we can figure stuff out. Like, does the trunk mostly go up? Does it go side to side and then end up? Like, does the tip of the trunk and the base of the trunk line up? That's like the most important thing about these styles, right? And here it's like, does the tip of the trunk slant? Does it like slant its way out of its base with 1 or more trunks? And then this one is like, does the trunk arc down and actually end up under or at the pot, the base of the pot? And then there's a couple other ones, like the broom one. Is there like a really clean branch proportionality? And then there's like a couple other styles. But yeah, we got to figure that stuff out. That's the stuff. That's the stuff. Yeah. Tips are appreciated. Hey, Commander. How's it going? This music's very appropriate. We're not going to have nearly as appropriate music. But yeah, I'm okay. I'm feeling all right with this stuff. It's nice to hear that you're feeling ahead. I know, right? If I had the right instruments, you know, I'd be recording this sort of stuff, but I do not. So I got a song in mind. I'm gonna only use it if I feel like I'm actually getting somewhere with this thing. So I think let's start with the generation. I do like my little subtle lighting that I added. It's really hard to tell, but I'm hoping that'll help a little. If you can I can kind of see that this is a block that's like way back here. We'll see. I won't be able to tell until we're like generating something that kind of makes sense. It kind of looks good. So let's look at a multi-stage generation. So this is what we're doing right now. It's the jankiest thing that I've ever seen. So what we actually need to do, I only will write comments for outlines. We need to generate the container, aka pot, generate the trunk of the tree, generate roots from the trunk base. Take it easy. Yeah, you'll be jinxed. I'm so worried that I overscoped this. Good luck. Hey, tricky lady. All right, this song sucks. This is one of those. I said I was... This radio gets sinister sometimes, and this is like, what's happening here? This is also some, I think this is like... This looks good. Corolla, maybe useless IRL bonsai fact. The trunk gets thicker than the branches because it's been alive for a long time while the branches get sawed off. This is not true of saplings, so they have different proportions. Yeah, this is the proportionality. A friend of mine that actually does bonsai a lot sent me a guide on it. I very specifically have tried to avoid reading too much about the practical applications of actually doing it, but this is like super cool. He sent me this thing on how to prune bonsai, and at the very bottom, it has this list of like, here's why you would prune branches. And like, I mean, I can't include this in the game. I might put this as a link on the about page of like why you might want to make certain decisions. I don't think I can tutorialize this, but it's neat because it goes through about like 15 different reasons why you might trim a branch. And it talks about like the general proportionality. It talks about the asymmetry, like you generally don't want two branches that go off. There's a bunch of interesting rules, like you want the branches to come out the side more than you want them to come out the front or the back. So directionality is really interesting here because a bonsai tree has a definitive front to it. And in our game, you can rotate the space around. So like part of your job is going to be like looking at it, being like, how do I, what's the natural shape of this thing? To be fair, we're going to need to generate something very close to a finished tree. We're not going to be able to generate just like a shrub and expect people to be able to like figure it out. We'll just have to make a few. It'd be interesting if I could calculate what the perfect example of the different trees were and like score people on it, but I don't really care about doing something like that. I would only care about that if I was like trolling score chasers to like put this game in there. But yeah, it'll be interesting. You'll have to trim your plant and you'll have to decide which face is the front face. Kind of neat. Neat idea. Interesting thing to think about. Score chasers. Yeah, are you going to be ready for score chasers, Tabugi? Are you making a score chaser? I would have been totally fine making an entirely like Zen experience for this, but enough people were like, man, there's nothing to do in bare necessities. It's just a bear wandering around eating food and then going to sleep. There's like nothing to pursue. There's like nothing to achieve. I'm at least gonna, to at least please the jam community, I think I'm at least gonna try to enable achievements. Like, I think if you get close enough to one of these styles that I'm able to codify, like the upright or the slanted or the cascade, if I'm able to categorize a few of these, I think I'll make it so you get the achievement, and then at least the jam people are like pleased. They have something to pursue. But it would be really funny to do like a timed, like how quickly can you make a. It's probably not good for score chasers because the starting state is going to be so heavily random. Hard to do a skill check style thing when the starting state is so heavily randomized. But it's funny to think about. It's funny to think about. You never made a game that fit to it until now? Nice. It's Terra Nil, like 3D chill puzzle game, so probably not. Oh, no. Okay. I love Terra Nil. We were talking about that yesterday, I think. That's cool. I was thinking about doing something like that, but yeah, I was like, I don't want to make a puzzle game. And look at me now. Look at me now, Dad. Making a puzzle game. You have only one level? Oh, yeah. I'm only going to have one scene. You think I'm going to have a main menu? That's all your brain power went to? That's fine. A puzzle, a one level puzzle, that's like a crossword or something, you know? People love that. Arneo, you're all for Zen games with no score, but the game does have to have something gamified to it. Score is just kind of the most obvious way to do that. What the game needs to do is it needs to motivate you. And motivation can come intrinsically from wanting to see something happen, and it can come extrinsically from someone giving you something. Like, you did a good job, here's a cookie. If you do a better job, you might get 2 cookies. Like, so yeah, you can gamify it, but I think if you make your game really well, you can motivate people to do stuff intrinsically just through their. That's like an exploration game where someone like sees a distant mountain and they're like, what's up with that? Let me go over there. The game isn't, unless the game is an Ubisoft game, it's not going to have like a quest in your log where it's like, go check out that mountain. There's a collectible up there. I hate that. I can't play Ubisoft games because of that. Because like anywhere I go, there's like 30 collectibles and they're like, go do this. Go check out that. I'm like, no. I want it to be more like Elder Scrolls-y, where like you finally went up to that mountain, there's like a cave in it and like a crazy item guarded by some ridiculous monster or something. Or maybe there's nothing, but some weird little journal and like a skeleton. Like, you never really know. And I think the point of my rant is that intrinsic motivation is stronger than extrinsic motivation. And intrinsic motivation is like, is this, it comes from within as a reaction to what you experience in the game. Whereas extrinsic motivation is like, you could get the high score if, you know, well, maybe the high score is an interesting question, but you could get X points, or we'll judge you and give you a percent-based completion. Always impressive to see people doing puzzle games for a short game. I've never done that. I've never managed. Yeah. I know some people that are good. I know some people that can make like Sokobans in their sleep. They can just be like, hey, I made a Sokoban game with 30 levels over the weekend or something. And I'm like, what? How? Like, puzzle games are very rules heavy. They're like very well defined. I heard another argument between, it wasn't an argument, it was a discussion where someone was like, oh, I had this idea for a puzzle game, but I'm afraid someone's already done it. And they described the rules, and someone was like, well, here's a resource of 1,000 grid-based puzzle rule sets, and you could like search in there to see if it's there too, if someone's already come up with it. And it's like, yeah, I don't exist in that space normally. You like Zen games, no, Joel? Yeah, me too. Me too. Arneo, you once turned off the UI for Assassin's Creed. It was kind of cool. Impossible to find the assassination target by face alone. It was definitely more immersive. Yeah, I like games where you can turn the UI off. They become unplayable to an extent, but I think it can be cool. That was one of the cooler things about Assassin's Creed, was when they had their like little discovery tour mode where you could just like treat it like a history tour. You could just go around, check stuff out. This is also sounding a little sinister. All right, so we're working on our generator. So we're going to generate the container. We're going to generate the trunk. We're going to generate the roots. Generate the trunks, maybe plural, out of the pot. Generate roots from the trunk base. I might say trunk bases. And then we'll generate branches. Generate branches from points on the trunk. And then we're going to generate leaves off of, let's say foliage because leaves is weird. We'll generate foliage off of the branches. I thought about this for a second. Should we have like a palette for rocks? Should we have like one set of colors for like rocks, like maybe this gray or something, so that there could be some rocks in the pot too? Because that would be kind of cool. Or maybe it's like the color of the soil. Yeah, let's do that. So we have space. We have one space because we don't need this because this is a duplicate. This is a duplicate of this. So we could delete this and we could add one little... We could add one little set. Although there isn't quite enough colors. Oh, well, it could be non-selected or selectable. Or we could start with this. This is the base wood color, isn't it? Yeah, that can't really be the dirt color then. I guess we could ramp to this or this. Let's see. Let's see what we get. We'll start with something. Processor, Assassin's Creed reminded you that they're remaking Black Flag. Probably your favorite entry in that series. Also Odyssey because of the history. Hope they make it good. I wouldn't count on them making it good. They already tried to remake Black Flag. It's called Skull and Bones, and it's like a dumpster fire as far as I understand. It's like a $100 bajillion dumpster fire. So Black Flag could be cool if they don't change anything about it. If they make no changes to the game, it might be cool. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Just do this as the soil color. Or rocks. Soil and rocks, which you won't be able to... Maybe you will be able to select. I don't know. Would one of these existing highlights work for that? Would this one? Does this look okay? Why can't I draw? Is this okay? As like a ramp? Like from here to here to here to here? That's a little sharp. I'm gonna make it work. Oh, Jesus. Alright, whatever. Well, that part's done. Yeah, the rocks might not be selectable. And in fact, the potted plant might not be selectable either. Because there's no real meaningful reason to let you select those, because you're not going to be able to adjust these. That's a good ramp. It's the less good ramp. All right, I think that's all right. Let's export that. Call that done. So the only art that we should need to make now would be the 2D, flat 2D art for like the UI, if we want to make. I want to draw these, but I can just do that at night. Bleary-eyed. I think we'll take 6 of these maybe. I don't know if I care about the difference between an upright and an informal upright. Like, do we care? Do we care about the difference? It's hard to tell how we would even evaluate that. Same thing with like the full cascade. Like, oh my god, my middle mouse button locked in for some reason. Why did it do that? A full cascade is going to be tough because the potted plant is going to be like at the bottom of the selection. So like I don't think there's a difference for us between a cascade and a semi-cascade. I think the difference will just be you can tell if it's a cascade because the tip of the trunk will be at or below the very same base of the trunk. And then, like, what's the difference between an upright and a broom? Maybe it's like if you get rid of all the foliage and you build it somehow only out of branches. That could be a broom. And then multi-trunk, I don't know. Maybe multi-trunk is a modifier that affects the others where it's like, wow, you did this and there's multiple trunks. Same thing with like a slanted. A slanted has multiple trunks. So maybe we don't look at that either. I don't know. Decisions to make, but let's focus on generating the environment first. All right, here are the steps of our generation. We've got some chat to catch up on, so I'm going to do that for a minute. Corolla, you think building games that have some vague mapping onto some IRL domain have a lot of intrinsic motivation for you? Like if I give you a game where you can find strats on Wikipedia, then you're hooked. So you like geolocator games and stuff? No. I think the advantage of doing something that when you map onto IRL stuff, especially historical stuff, is there's a lot of stuff that people just understand that you don't have to explain. Like a good example is like you could have a crafting system where in a sci-fi game it makes no sense. And it might not even make, like, it either makes no sense or it's effectively blacksmithing, but in a sci-fi context. Whereas if you're, like, in a medieval village and someone's like, oh, you gotta make some stuff. You gotta make some armor using this anvil and a hammer. People are like, oh, okay. But if you're on a starship and they're like, go use the Starforge, go get your space hammer and go to the Starforge and make something. It's like, it's really hard to like actually get away from that, to get away from like our simple down to earth like understandings of how like basic processes work. It's really hard to try to work in an environment where humans don't have any context, like in space travel or on alien planets that work differently than our planet. It's definitely way easier if you can map the stuff you're at least trying to teach the player back onto something that they have an IRL understanding of. That's really good. That's really good. Well, I have horrible news, which is we're at the halfway point of the stream. But we're all right. We're doing okay. We could be better, but you know, we're doing it. We've got an ad starting in a minute, so I think this is gonna be my halftime break. I'm gonna take like 5 minutes, get some tea going, take a bio break, refill my water, maybe get a snack. Maybe it's snack time. Motivation, yes. Motivation for me, motivation for you. Arneo, speaking of IRL domain, can someone make Pokemon Go, but it's an RPG for mobile? You think that's an idea worth money? Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty of people trying to make Pokemon Go follow-ups. That game has been around for what? A decade? All right. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Thanks for chilling this weekend. If you got to run, have a good weekend. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, we'll be right back. Thank you so much for spending part of your weekend here with me. If you're jamming, if you're down to jam, good luck. You got this. Motivation. BRB.
Maximum warp.
All right, I'm back with a snack. So thank you, Recon, for the follow. I missed that. Sorry, during the raid. Appreciate you. No, Joel, you scared yourself with your own maximum warp. Hilarious. All right. Oop. Too far. Too close. We need you to be down to jam. That's tough. That's not easy to communicate that. All right, I got a couple snacks that you are either going to love or hate based on how you feel about texture. I have a banana, and I have some guacamole with some leftover chips. A little leftover guacamole and some chips from dinner last night. Probably start with the banana. All right, so generation. We're going to be generating things step by step. Later on, I can figure out how I'm going to reason about those branches in terms of what happens when we trim them and stuff. I think there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done whenever a trim is made. There's going to have to be a redraw, which is going to be expensive. There's going to have to be some kind of complicated search for blocks that are now cut off and cannot reach back to the trunk. But I really don't want to do a thing where I'm like, okay, we've cut a block. Now check every block, whether every block can pathfind back to like the root or something. So I'm going to need some kind of simpler idea. And I have some ideas based on the 6 cardinal directions of a cube. I'm thinking that the neighbors down and in are generally Well, this doesn't totally work, especially for Cascade. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. There might need to be a directionality. Like, there might need to be a direction vector associated with the block that tells the system the direction towards the outer segment. I mean, the block's coordinate itself is already a direction. I don't know. We'll have to figure out something. That part I'm kind of stuck on. How to think about the block space in terms of like traversability for the purpose of pruning branches. And I know there's some neat data structures we could use, like various graphs and things. We can't really use trees because not every node doesn't have exactly one parent, but we could use a graph because graphs don't have that requirement. But that's also like not the fastest thing to do. So we have a bunch of trade-offs and we have to think about how we're going to manage that. I don't know. I don't know. I could try to look up how Dwarf Fortress handles block collapse. Yeah, Arneo. I don't have chips. I'm just gonna be scooping guacamole into my hands, which I do like guacamole, but maybe not that much. I'm eating my banana, so we're just gonna hang out for a minute. Hope everyone's having a good time. Look at how sophisticated our current generation data is. Right now, there's very little block type data. A block is either a wood piece or a foliage piece. But we're gonna introduce 5 types, I think. Oh, we need to introduce a pot. So we'll say. We'll say like pot. We'll put them in generation order, which is pot, then trunk, then root. It would be cool to maybe just generate the root and then pick the trunk's point based on some of that stuff, but I think that's like silly. I think that's literally putting the cart before the horse. How's everyone doing? How's your jam progress coming along? Don't forget to take breaks. Don't forget to get a snack. Don't forget to drink water. I think are we at the halfway point? We're probably past the halfway point now. Maybe we're just at it. Let's go look at the clock. Let's go scare ourselves with a look at the clock. 1 day, 17 hours. Okay, not quite. Not quite. So 72. Half of 72 is 36. So this would be 24 and 17. That's 30. That's 41 hours. So we're all right. We're doing all right. When we account for the fact that I have to sleep one more time before the end of this jam, we're basically at the halfway point. But I'm actually feeling kind of okay. I don't know. I don't know if it's the fact that we've been jamming for a couple of years now, or we just actually did kind of a good job scoping the project and picking something that we knew something about. But I'm doing all right. But yeah, we're participating in Down2Jam, community-centered game jam, running from Friday through Monday. I wouldn't say through Monday. It depends on your time zone. But yeah, the theme is plants. And we're making a game about Japanese bonsai. About trimming a bonsai down into, you know, a pleasing shape. I'm trying to find a good picture that I can like leave this on. This is nice. This is a good one. Arneo, you outsourced your game's music to a friend today you haven't talked to in like a year. You decided you'd rather renew that friendship than try to learn how to make a music digitally. It's really sweet. Tray planting. Oh, maybe we should call it a tray and not a pot, but we're calling it a pot. Let's be real about what's going to happen here. Let's also be real that eating chips is very loud, so I'll probably be muted for a bit while I'm snacking and thinking. I think Arneo's talking about their main game. No Joel. But it's cool. That's a cool choice. I approve of that choice. Reconnecting with friends is nice. You don't it's not like there's like, you know, it's not like you just automatically get more of them over time, right? Arneo, if you can make your first game in a year, that is not monstrously scoped. That's like pretty good, actually. 6 months might be perfect, but a year is not bad. So I think for the tray... Oh, you know what I should do? I should set up the tile atlas, the tile set. The only real question is, do I do it like literally all as like one source ID? I could because of the way we structured this. I could do it. Is that stupid? Oh no, I can't do it as once. Oh no, I totally can. I totally can. Then I would just define combinations that are to be used. Should we just do that? Is that silly? I think that's fine. We just have to make sure we're recording, like, where the pairs start. I had to pour a bunch of lemon juice on this guac to like keep it alive, as one does. And man, it always improves the next day flavor of the guac. Arnio, you mean it went from your game went from a roguelike procedurally generated levels, a roguelike with procedurally generated levels and upgrade system to fight this one ship on this one map. Hindsight and focus, you could probably put it together in like 6 months. Yeah. Hindsight is at least 2020, if not better. I'm almost out of chips. Then we'll get back to it. I just don't want to be crunching in everyone's ear. So appreciate you hanging out today. I'll take my quick little snack break here. All right, snack achieved. Let's get back to it. Planning is the skill that improves, hopefully, maybe. Let's plan on improving our planning skills. How about that? All right. Yeah. I'm going to just, for now, well, there's really no difference between recording a source ID and recording. And in fact, the way we've organized this with our duplicate, with our one little, with the fact that we're avoiding a duplication means we have to do it this way. So we're going to do it this way. So this is comical. This is another one of those things that's like, you should never do something like this. But we're just going to max. We're Atlas maxing here. We're just going to have a list of like, oh, you want this palette? It's here. It's at this XY position. That should be fine. You know, you'd think there was a easier way. Create tiles in non-transparent texture regions. Oh, well, we need the transparent regions too. I was about to say, I was like, there's got to be a better way to do this, and of course there is. we got to do is change the offset. And we're good. We are good. You all at 2? No, you're not. Are you all at 0? There we go. Okay, now are you all at 2? There we go. Okay. Easy. E-Z. Arnio, at least what you can do, quote unquote, has gone up to meet what you want over the project. That's good. That's all you can do. And what you want needs to come down a bit. Yeah, that's true. That's especially true during a game jam. You don't really need to do that in reality unless you are reaching the point where you're like, I'm literally never going to finish this. But during a game jam, that instinct of like, I can't do that. Gotta cut. That's like so crucial. Super crucial. It's crazy. Hey, Bub, never Bob. What up, Bub? I'll do my best. Never call you Bob. How's it going? Happy Saturday? What day is it? Saturday? All right, we're generating. We're doing a new form of generation. We're not going to do this janky little generation anymore. We do need to update some of these things. So how are we going to manage this? So this is 0. This is 1. This is 2, 3. So do we need to do like a match kind of deal? Because the way we've done this, do we actually need to... I do want to distinguish between the trunk, the root, and the branch, because I think we want to know the distinction for like our evaluations. But I'm also kind of tempted to like not, because this is a little tricky, because the auto tiler doesn't care about this. But it will. It will care about it a little. So the first thing we need to do is generate the pot the container is in. This is a very distant piano. That's what we're listening to. That's what it says it is. And you know what? They aren't wrong. They aren't wrong to tell us that. All right, so we're going to generate our bonsai. What we need to do is we need to pick like a kind of rectangular container. I am not going to F around with a circular container yet, but that could be cool. That would be cool to do. But I'm not going to do it yet. It would also be cool if the container like tapers. But that is all. Those are stretch goals. Let's start by just generating a tray somewhere within a reasonable min and max in terms of X, Y, and Z. It'll generate some amount below the origin. And we'll probably record tray height as a thing for some evaluation purposes, but we don't need to worry about that right now. So what we want to do is we want to generate the container. What do we want to do for values? We want to pick So if we just look at what we kind of have in terms of this space, the maximum space we can build in, I still want to make this bigger. I think we could get away with 21 by 21 or something. But 19 by 19 is cool. I like that fake shadow. I wonder if we should have like a different background color that's like a I wonder if we should do like a split somewhere. I don't think so. I think one solid color is nice. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick a height somewhere between min and the origin. The origin being like there's like, I don't know, the origin might be too high, but that'll be like the most extreme. And ideally what we want is if the pot is taller, we would also want it to be thinner. So maybe we want some kind of, maybe what we do is we generate some dimensions. Like we generate a long side, a medium side, and a short side. And then we arrange them in some way. Like maybe the depth will either be the long or the short or some, like, I don't know. Like maybe what we do is we define some lengths and then we decide how to arrange those so that we know we have something interesting. Because what I don't want is to be like, oh, we generated a pot. It's like really tall and also super wide. But we can just consider the numbers we've previously generated further down the line. That's going to be a refinement. I'm not going to start with that because that's going to be tough. We'll say Z in range. We'll say min Z. Well, the min Z has to be min, right? Like it has to be the bottom of the buildable area. So actually what we want to do is we just need to generate the height for Z in range. Range I. Is that a thing? Do I care about that? For Z in range I, well, it can't be min. It has to be at least one high. It would probably be nice if it was more than one high. For Z in range, min dot Z plus 1. It has to be at least bigger than this. And then less than, let's just say 0. Like, let's not generate a pot that's bigger than the midpoint, because that seems rude. It's like higher than the midpoint of the thing. So we'll just generate some Z. And in fact, we're going to go, well, no, we need to generate a max Z. I don't know what's wrong with me. We're not generating a range. Well, we are generating a range. No, for Z and range, this and the, yeah, this, we need to pick a random point before 0. So should we just pick a random point and plug it in here? Do we need to remember what it is? It would be good form to remember what it is. We could say tray height equals, tray height is an int and it equals range. It's just rand I, right? Rand. What is rand I range? A randy range from min plus 1. So this isn't from min plus 1. This is just from the min Z. Min dot Z plus 1 through. It's like we could have a super shallow. Well, do we want the rocks or soil or whatever to rise and meet the level? I think we want it to be a little. I think we want at least +2. so that we can have one layer of soil and then at least one layer of like lip or lid. I think that will be aesthetically pleasing. And then the max is going to be 0. So it's going to be some negative number for sure. And then we'll say for Z and range, I min Z to tray height. Okay. And then now we need to pick tray width and a tray depth or length. Say length and width. Say variable, say tray length equals is an int. I'm using not my normal keyboard and I'm having such a hard time. Such a hard time. So how do I generate this? So I could set a difference. Like I could say generate this length, but consider the difference. Consider the size of the height, the tray height, and like maybe take away from the maximum length depending on the tray height. So we either get small, tall pots, or we get wide and shallow pots. Those are, I think, the aesthetics we're going for. Oh, so I also need a soil type then, right? Soil or rock. We'll call it soil. I did a dictionary to map some of these onto like where there multiple of them are semi-related for auto tiling. We might need something. Might need something there. That's okay. Let's not get bogged down with the things that we'll need. So this we want to be rand I range. So this is going to be, this could be up to the edge. Well, this isn't length. This is almost like radius. And it's not, well, it's not exactly radius, but it's like half width. It's like, it's going to be width, but it's, or length, but it's going to be half. It's going to be like the distance from the center. I might call it like extent X and extent Y. I might actually call this tray extent Z. Although that doesn't really make sense. You know what? There was no reason for me to do this the way that I did this. In terms of the Z stuff. Like I needed a 0 coordinate in the center for rotation purposes, but there was no reason for me to put the Z0 in the center as well. The Z0 could have been the base. Whatever. I made my base and now I gotta lie on it. I might call this tray extent X. I might even just call this extent X or extent Z. Extent negative Z. So there will be no positive. Oh no, this doesn't really make sense either. Whatever, who cares? Who cares? Not me. Also, there's no range I. There we go. Rand I range. We want. Would it ever behoove us for this to be off center. It might actually. We'll say tray extent -y. We're just going to pick numbers at first and then we'll tune them to be better. I would like to tune it so that we get wide, shallow, or tall, narrow. So we'll just reduce the extent by the height, by some factor of the height. So your random range, you're going to be from min to max. Max is exclusive. Oh, between from and 2 is inclusive. Interesting. Interesting. I'm okay with that. Two is lesser than from. They are swapped. Oh, that's probably why. That's probably why. So it doesn't actually care about the order that you submit these. That's a nice trick. Not caring about that. The number of times I build a bounding box and it's like, your min is greater than your maximum. And it's like, well, just swap it then. What are we talking about? I actually should add that to the code. That would be a good idea. To add a fail system that's just like, if you're trying to make a bounding box that's inside out, just fix it. Just fix it. That's a good idea. That's not for this, but it's a good idea. I won't remember it, but, you know. I might remember it someday. Randi range. Randy. So we're going to have... It's going to be min dot y plus tray height and then it's 0. We'll work on a factor later. I'm just gonna make it like very straightforward. We'll say tray. Actually, you know what? This should just be a vector. Probably be the better way to do this. And in fact, I could do the whole thing as a vector 4. Although I don't really like that. Who cares? No one's going to look at the code. No one is ever going to see any of this code. I'll put the Y first. Who cares? Hey, welcome back, Commander. How's it going? Equals rand I range. Start from 0. It's going to be max y minus tray height. Taking screenshots. You can't prove anything. For y in range. Range is exclusive, right? This is going to be tray size Z. That's what I'm going to call that. Rather than extent. We're going to count the 0 as positive, so we're not worried about this, actually. I'm going to leave this in because I kind of like some asymmetry. Although is asymmetry, is that useful for this? Is that maybe not something I should introduce at the tray? It's asymmetry. No, maybe I should because that would promote things like doing a slanted build. So it'll be from tray extent negative y to tray extent positive y. We'll worry about the fact that that's an off by 1 thing later. And we'll do the same thing for these. There's gonna be a lot of generating, and generating is a very touchy, it's more art than science, in my opinion. I feel like it's gonna be a lot of the remainder of what we do here. Going good. Stream will end approximately 8 p.m. Central Time. We're at what? 4 hours. It's almost 4. We'll be at 4 hours at 4. It'll end around then, yeah. It's going to depend on exactly what I'm working on and whether I feel like I'm at a good stopping point. Because like last night, it was supposed to be 7 and ended up being 8, or a 6 and it ended up being 7. But I'll try to stay on time for you. I'll try to end it, and also for me, because I think I'm going to be hungry again. I know I just had a snack. Don't judge me. The difference is I have to actually do some dishes and cook dinner, so some prep is going to be involved. I think it'll be good. I was thinking about not doing it, and I was like, you know, it's probably going to be good to get up from the computer and just stand at a sink and just put on a podcast and like not consciously think about the game. We were talking about that at the beginning of the stream, but like ideas come and designs occur. It's the shower thought logic, right? Like sometimes you have to unclench your brain. When your brain is fully clenched all the time, you don't actually get those good juicy ideas. You lose more sand in a clenched fist than an open palm, or I don't know. Whatever. The music in the bonsai is making me feel very sage in my wisdom today. I don't know. If I didn't want people to be raid mastering, I would not have made it an option. Be aware, as soon as anyone redeems that, it is locked for the remainder of the stream. Like, no one else can do it. So if you're going for it, you gotta lock it down. If it doesn't end up happening, I'm happy to refund you, but you know, you gotta lock it down if that's your plan. There's a one per stream limit. Obviously. All right. No Jewel redeeming Raid Master. No, I'm just kidding. That would have been brutal. Someone else got it. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'll let you know when we're getting ready. Or you know. I know your intent, which is that we raid you. So I will look around for you when we're ready to go. There will be plenty of warning. You know, I don't just... Unless I have a meeting, I don't usually just hard stop a stream. We usually hang out and I wind down and stuff, so... you won't be surprised. No, I want to surprise you. Oh, this should be minus. And also, it's not size... Oh, no, it is size Z. Also, is this a positive number I'm generating here? It's actually not. Should it be like this? Here, we're actually going to say tray height. I'm going to go back to saying tray height. Tray height from min. I don't know. Who cares? I don't know why I'm trying to name everything well. So this is a negative number. This is going to generate a number number from min. I like don't understand how I wrote this. Min. We want to do minus tray height. And then this one is positive extension. So here, this is a negative number. We want to add the tray height. You shouldn't have played Play the Slay the Spire 2, no, Jewel? Oh no. If I had the Doom shotgun guy sound queued up, I would have played it. Yeah, that game looks crazy. I've kind of sworn it off until it's like maybe until it's out of early access, because I know it's going to be so devastating. So what's the problem here, dog? Oh. We need two parameters. All right, so we're generating... Man, all of this just to generate a container, huh? All right, now we're going to go for... Wait, why are we regenerating this each layer? We should do all of this once, right? Am I crazy? Am I taking crazy pills? The answer is yes, I am. Maybe I do make this just a vector too. Generate this once. Then we iterate. I'm not going to regenerate it for every Z. That's insane. So this can't be... Yeah, it's confusing. Should I define these as spans? Would that be more helpful? Vector 2i. Would I have an easier time reasoning about this if I did that? So that's the sort of thing I need to optimize in a game jam for, is like, what am I going to actually be able to reason about here? So we want min dot z, and then we want a random range somewhere between min dot z plus 1 to 0. I actually think we want 0 to be inclusive. Oh, this is inclusive. Sick. Sick. Commander, you read the Down2Jam rules and you think you're allowed to use the project you showed in DC for the jam to make it about plants? Since you started work on it after the jam, despite some pre-gen code. It depends. I don't know. There's an extra category that doesn't get rated, and that's pretty generous in terms of what you're allowed to put in. You would probably need to make it the extra category. I don't know. I'm actually not a rules expert, nor am I a judge, or even an organizer of this jam, so I'm not going to make any rulings. That would be tyrannical. I cannot be your judge. Much as I would like to. But yeah, I'd encourage anyone to enter. I mean, the jam's underway. It's it's also a jam that occurs semi-annually. It occurs twice a year. So, you know. So the trace span is going to be min y. We know we want trace span dot z dot x. We know that's going to be a negative number. Actually, we know both of these are going to be negative. Well, trace span y might be 0, in which case it doesn't matter. But otherwise, it's a negative number. It's less than or equal to 0. We know that, so that's good. So min y minus trace span. It's going to be plus, so that's good. It's going to generate a number from there to 0. That's the x. And then the y is going to be here. For ODA, you're allowed to use pre-gen assets as long as it's code or engine stuff. Yeah. So this project you showed in DC, you only started working on it Friday after 9 a.m. after whatever time. It's category focused on creating involvement. It's okay to use. It means you cannot use any pre-made art, music, or SFX. Yeah. Additionally, game's core experience was crafted during a lot of time. An important rule about ODA is also that you did it all yourself. Maybe I was misled by this idea that you showed this project in DC. I'm just like, when did you have time to do it? Like, did you do this yesterday? Or do you mean you developed some systems that you were showing off rather than a game? I'm not trying to be skeptical. I'm just trying to save you from some pain. This is going to be from 0. Actually, it really can't be from 0, can it? But whatever. This really has to be from 1. I'm going to have to think about the math involved in this. 1. Well, 0. We'll say 0. It'd be crazy to have something that doesn't build off of that center point. Feel like you're good? All right. You did it yesterday? Oh, okay. It felt like a longer span of time you were talking about than just something you made yesterday. No, yeah, go for it. I mean, again, I can't officially, clear you, but it sounds all right. Whatever works, This is going to be max dot y plus tray span z dot. Oh, trace span is not a vector too. Trace span is an int. Oh no, it's not. It is a vector too. It starts at min.z and it extends until this number up until 0. Okay. So I want trace. So this is minus trace span dot x. No, it's minus trace span dot trace span z dot y. I'm confusing myself endlessly by my use of component names. It's even worse when I'm working in my autotiler because my autotiler has like a different coordinate system than three-dimensional space does. And it gets so confusing. But yeah, this is plus traceman dot z, traceman z dot y. And then a parentheses. For good measure. Do I want to break this up onto 2 lines? Will the engine let me do that? Because it's parenthetically wrapped. Oh, it does because it's parenthetically wrapped. I love that. Okay. That's a problem I have in GDScript a lot where like it's not as clean to do like vertical organizing. Well, then I'll be excited, Commander, when we raid in to see what you're working on for the jam. I was about to say, I was going to be like, I really want to raid somebody who's doing the jam tonight if possible. But, if you're doing the jam, that's perfect. That's perfect for me. Day 2, baby. Let's go. Hey, Green Lantern. I think it was like Slosky who like almost pronounced, instead of I'm a green, they pronounced it to you like almost like Imogene. And now it's like, that's what I think of your name now. Hey, it's Imogene. Imogene Lantern. You can use that when you're like booking into a hotel, like discreetly. You're like, yeah, put it under Imogene L. How's it going? How's your Saturday been? But do I only need... Am I making too many of these now? I am. I just need one. We just need one. In fact, I'm going to make it as a new struct just so I don't get tripped up here. This feels like we're doing okay, you know? I know I say that a lot, and I'm probably jinxing myself. And I know I'm working very slowly on this generate bonsai code, but I feel like this is it for us. This is like the big challenge is going to be generating and evaluating and pruning the space. Those 3 things, which I know I could probably spend a whole day on. And you know what? I probably am going to. But we're otherwise in like pretty good shape. The other stuff that we'll need is like some UI stuff, maybe some onboarding stuff. Commander, you're trying to do the jam. You want to finish things, and jams are good for that. It is. That's true. That's true. Good. You're mostly just trying to clean up some animations. You feel like 3D ARPG in 3 days was biting off every one you can chew. It might have been a little bit, but you know, don't let that stop you. But it's okay to pivot into something that you can actually complete. That's also okay. That's better than just crashing out. I've crashed out before. It feels bad. Never again. We're going to have a really hard time next month when we do Ludum Dare, because our idea, we're barely going to have time to do some version of our idea, and we have 72 hours. In Ludum Dare Compo, we have 48 hours. I'm amazed that I was ever able... Again, I think it was beginner's luck. The fact that on my very first game jam, I actually finished, and submitted a game. At the time, I felt bad because I got rated really poorly. Rated with a T. Pretty poorly. But you know, now that I look back on it, I'm like, holy cow, how did we actually make a game during our first game jam and in compo? Crazy stuff. I'm way more generous to myself about it now than I was originally. I think this code is the same. Yeah, it was definitely beginner's luck that I happened to make something. It was also the only time I literally sniped the theme. I like knew, I had this feeling that that the theme was gonna be what it was, and it was like the one thing I had an idea for. It was very lucky. It was all very lucky. It was good times. It was fond memories. Fond memories of heady days, and now we're heading into ads. Ludum Dare was rough last time you attended. You spent like 95% on an auto tile system. I remember that. You ended up with a really cool auto tile system. And you can reuse that for something else, right? Like, you'll be prepared next time you need to make an auto tiler game. Yeah, we're going to get I think we're going to get a tile map layer volume. I think I'm going to make a tile map layer 3D kind of thing out of this. I think we're going to get a really good template out of this. And anytime we need to make a game about interacting with a volume of blocks, I think we'll just have this code now. Like, this code will just be here. Why are you not upset that this variable just straight up doesn't exist? Is it because you're too busy complaining about this? Yeah, it is. It is. That's exactly what it is. So for X in range, tray, we're gonna be okay with the fact that this is gonna favor one side, but I think that's okay. Just say tray span X dot X tray Span. X. Oh my god. Keyboard. How much time am I losing today just from this jank-ass keyboard I'm using? And by jank-ass, I mean completely standard, and I should not have a problem with it. But I'm so spoiled with my special Kinesis keyboard. I've been using it for so many years now. I have such a hard time using a regular keyboard. I'm like constantly looking down to be like, where's this stupid key? It's not on my thumb? What do you mean it's not on my thumb? That's where keys go. Gotta give yourself a little grace. You feel like you irrationally love this bonsai idea? Oh, I hope it's not irrational. I hope this is rationally a good idea. Okay, what are we complaining about now? Oh, you just want me to do something. I forgot that that counts as an error. So we've gone through this whole trouble, and now we actually have to generate the pot. So the way we're going to do it is that if we're at the edge... So we want to generate a hollow pot. So how do you do that? I think we do a special loop on the bottom, and then we do for the bottommost layer, which actually doesn't matter. We could actually omit... Oh, we could actually omit the pot on the bottom. As far as we care, the pot just needs to be drawn around the outside. Around the outside. Around the outside. Somebody stop me. You love the look of Kinesis, form following function. Yeah, I use the split one. I use the big split. I love this keyboard so much. I mean, this is half of it, but I love this half of the keyboard. Almost as much as actually, I probably like that half of the keyboard better than the other half. Don't tell the other half. Thanks for the hydrate, no Jewel. All right, so actually, we could do this a different way. We should probably do this like this. We should probably just make the walls, if I'm being honest. Just build up the walls. It's stressing me out seeing all that output. Because I actually, we don't, there doesn't need to be a bottom level of the pot. Doesn't need it. That could just be soil. We just need to build the walls. And it would be cool if the walls were tapered, but let's start with just straight walls. You're a 40% dactyl user, so you're very far gone. That sounds far gone. That's... I don't even know what that means. Is that one of those crazy things where it's like you can control something by flicking up your fingers as well as flicking them down? Like you put your hand in like a thing and you're like... just like Minority Reporting over here, but with like a physical device. Is that dactyl? Is dactyl a more natural pronunciation? That feels gross. All right, so we're not going to worry about this Z range thing, actually. We're gonna do this in reverse. We are going to do a bunch of walls. We're just going to do wall by wall is how we're going to do this. So instead of this, so we don't want to go through, we want to go along the outside here. Okay. So generate them like this. 40% is no numro. Ah, okay. That's the Sval board. The dactyl are the 3D printed Kinesis clones. Ah, okay, okay. Oh yeah, I don't have a numpad either. I haven't for a long time. I mean, I say that I have one of those stupid like little Bluetooth numpads that I bring out when I need to do my taxes or whatever, but otherwise I don't mess around with that. All right, let's try to get on track. Let's try to actually generate like a janky looking tree for the end of the stream here. How will you do your taxes without your numpad? Yeah, you just buy a numpad and then you only bring it out once a year. There's like a software numpad in the Kinesis, like you can convert a section of it into a numpad, and I've only ever done it on accident. I've never done it on purpose. It feels so weird. Can you write your numpad off for tax purposes? It depends. Are you doing your taxes? Are you doing your business taxes or your personal taxes? All right, so I just want to walk along each of these spans. So I want to pick. So let's do it like that. Let's say 4 for Y in range. We'll say range. In the range, the top, this is exclusive, right? So we'll need to say +1. So we'll say. Also, how do we step through here? Because this is going to be a negative number to a positive number. Oh, that should be fine then. Or it'll be a negative number to 0. So that should be okay. So we'll say for in range, tray, span, Y. Should I just add the +1 here then? No, I shouldn't. Dot X through tray, span, Y, dot Y, +1. So we'll go along this wall. And we'll say block data so block data, we'll say get index. Say vector 3i. It's going to be, oh, do we need the Z for this? Probably. We probably do. Yeah, because we need to go up to Z. Say for Z in range. Tray, span Z, X, tray span Z dot Y +1. And then in here, now we'll do each individual wall. I might actually say like LY. Lower Y. We'll say block data, get index. We'll say tray span X dot X. We'll say tray. No, instead of Y, we'll just say LY. And we'll say, and in fact, as long as we know these are symmetrical, we can do these at the same time. So I don't actually need this LY thing. We can do it once. And we can say Z. And here we can do the same thing. Instead of here, we'll say straight just traceman.x, x.y. And then we'll do this again. Oh, we need to say something. We need to say equals not angles, blocks dot pot block. I ain't pop blocking anyone. Pop blocking? Not pop blocking anyone. You do you. You live your life. For x in range, traceman x.x, traceman x.y plus 1, because range is the exclusive max, stops before n, and here we say x, and then here we say, because we're just trying to draw 4 walls, that's all we're trying to do here. And then y is not declared, so we're saying tray span y dot x. We're saying tray span y dot y. All right, we're gonna hide our standard generation. We're gonna try generating this container. You know what we need to do is we need to set up an auto. We need to set up a default color for the pot plant in the auto tiler. What color will we use? What color will we use? Maybe brown, maybe this dark blue. I kind of like it. I think the potted plant should be this grounding dark blue color. I really like that. I'm having some second thoughts about this. So what if we did... It's not a good ramp. This gray is awkward. I actually kind of think we should use it. I'm not quite sure how we would go up from here. Time to do some paint splotches. Compare some colors. Okay, that's not what that looks like in my swatch. I guess it is. Interesting how different color characteristics are. That's actually pretty reasonable. For simplicity, I might actually keep a consistent organization, because otherwise I need to write this whole mapping system for how to jump around the texture atlas, and I don't really want to do that. I think there might, because there's only one background color, there might also just be one pot color. I don't know if I can hang. I don't know if I can swing another one. And I also don't know if I care enough to try. It's kind of neat. We could totally do it with these two. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how I like the dark color. But I think I would rather have a soil color here with a highlight. I think I'd rather be able to highlight the soil. How is this? How is this against this? It's okay. It's a little weird. There isn't really a better option, though. Yeah, we'll do... I do kind of like this as the highlight of this, though. But I think this color is a little too close to this clear color we have. But we could always change this color. This background color does not need to be this. In fact, it might be nice if it was something else. I don't know. It's just nice right now to have the blue. Waffling all around. I can always remake this part if I care. I'm going to do the thing that I said I'm going to do. I'm going to move this. Well, I need to erase some stuff. I'm going to move this down. Move this down here. This is the soil color. Put it here. I'm going to put a highlight of it so that you can mouse over it. I need a copy. So we need a highlight for this color. And I think it's going to be this. That's a really good leaf color, though. Apparently, we're not going to use it. Man, wouldn't it have been cool to have, like, one of these cool color barks? Would that be crazy to have, like, a cool color bark? Maybe in place of this one. What if instead of this we tried something like this? So we're using these four here, but what about these four? Oh, we could do like a birch tree thing. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds fun. Hey, Arneo, thank you for the stretch. Appreciate you. Let's do like a cool to like white look. And that could go with some of our, maybe like our reddish foliage or something. We're going to have like a weird little mix and match just so the game isn't like always the same aesthetically. We're going to have a little bit of a mix and matcheroni here. That's crazy to be the lightest color, but that's what we're going to do. It's what we're going to do. That is going to look really otherworldly, but I'm actually kind of okay with it. We might even use that for a leaf color, actually. We might not use it at all, but one can always dream. I think it'll look cool. I think that might be a little blinding, but I can live with that. And then down here, we want to change this one to be like this. And then we want one higher color than this. What did I decide on? Like maybe this? No. Maybe this? No. I decided on a color. I don't remember what it was. Oh, was it this? Yeah, it was. There we go. All right. I'm okay with this. Can always go back if I decide I don't like that. You know what? Maybe this is actually better for the kind of birch look. Then I need a soil color. I think it's going to be this into this. You know, maybe they can't be highlighted. Maybe this provides us with more opportunities. So like maybe these are both potted plant colors that we could use. Like one for the pot and one for the soil. Because they actually don't need to be interactable because you can't actually do anything with them. So that's maybe a good idea. Okay, so when we generate this, we need to tell it what type it's going to be, and we need to tell it some things about its color. So in the auto tiler, we need to change some things. So our block type is going to be this. We're going to say if it's the same block type, we can iterate. We want to say, what we want to do here is we want to have a match off of block type. First thing we want to say. First thing we want to say is we want to say match block type, and we'll iterate some block type. We'll say blocks dot pot, blocks dot pot. We'll have, for now, because I don't want to change it, we'll say the coordinate, we add 128 each coordinate. We'll say atlas coords equals vector 2i dot 1 times 128. Here we'll say blocks dot soil. Say atlas coords equals vector 2i. We'll say 128, and then we'll say what 16 plus 128. Oop. So used to opening writer. Do it on accident all the time now. You're like, surely I'll need writer soon. 192. Wait, how big is this? How big is this area? 64 by 64? Okay. So we'll say 192. Let's say blocks. For now, this should be easy. Say trunks. Can I say blocks.trunks, and can I also say blocks.root? Can I put multiple things in the same category? Do I have to do like an or? Do I say like this? Do I say like or blocks.root? Yeah. So we'll say this for now. We'll say blocks.trunk or blocks.root. Or blocks.branch. So right now they have the same color. And we don't need to do anything because that's the default color. So I actually don't need to include these at all. Okay, so we're going to say blocks.leaf. Say atlas coords equals vector 2i. Can I just add the y? I actually can just add the y. I can say atlas coords.y plus equals 64. And that's fine. That will give us our type, our look for type, and then now we're just hard coding the block type. And crash. Called it. Out of bounds. Set index on base packed byte array. What are we doing here? Block data, get index, tray, tracepan.x, y, z. Yeah, 158 is a pretty big number here. How'd we end up with that? How did we end up with 158? Let's see. Let's see. That's the nice thing about a debugger, is one may see how we ended up with something like that. All right, tracepan Z goes from -9 to -5. That looks valid. Tracepan Y is from -1 to 4. Also valid. Tracepan X is -3 to 1. Valid. So this is a fairly deep, fairly small pot that it's trying to build out. The Z starts at -9, as it would. Counter position. -1, range from -1, range to 5. Yeah, so you're trying to iterate. Okay, range step is 1. Y is -1. Oh, you know what I need to do? Well, no, well, I thought the script did this. I'm saying get index. Get index is supposed to account for this. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So what? Z in range, tray Z dot X to tray Y plus 1. As long as we're getting the index, I don't see how this is a problem. $159. $159 is a crazy index to be trying to get. I mean, I guess that's actually not that crazy an index. Out of bounds, set index 159. So why do you think you're... Oh, is the block data not been resized? Oopsies. Oopsies. So we need to calculate all of this, then resize the block data, then do the thing. All right. All right. So resize. Okay. So the resize, we're resizing what? It's like tray span Z dot X dot Y minus tray span Z dot X times tray span Z. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm an idiot. We want the block data to be sized for the maximum possible thing. Not resizing the block data to precisely fit that information. So that should be fine. Run that back. Okay, no crash, no nothing, but no crash. I don't see anything. Remote tree. Are y'all drawing anything? No, it looks like, anyone have any data? Anyone have any tile map data? I guess he won't tell me that. Nobody would say. Nobody would say if they did. Okay, so nothing is happening, which is interesting. So we generate the bonsai. Generate the pot. Then we should be drawing things. Probably a problem with the Atlas coords thing. Block type pot. Match type blocks dot pot. Atlas coords equals vector 2i dot 1 times 128. And then we are supposed to generate the rest of that stuff. Plus 8, huh? How is it plus 8? If it's a highlight, it's plus 64. Where am I getting this plus 8 shit from? Okay, we're not drawing anything, which is not great. Continuing to not draw anything. Quick sanity check here. Is it an encoding problem? Do I need to be like trying harder to encode this? I don't think so. I'll say block data equals blocks dot leaf. Why not? We'll say blocks dot. Doesn't really matter. Say branch. Actually, we can't because that's not going to work. We could say soil. Just to generate something to just see what we're doing. Okay, so that's not generating. Okay, so there's some kind of bigger problem here. What if I just put in 2 and 1? Nope. Okay. Is there a problem here in the main scene? Is there a reason that you would be like, nah? Okay, so we did something and broke rendering. Okay, which block type is coords equal? We'll hide this too, just in case this is being crazy. There we go. There's something. Not like a lot, but something. Also, the highlight doesn't seem to be working right. What is going on with the way that the tile set is set up? What is the deal with the tile set? Oh, I'm an idiot. I was like jumping by pixels. What is wrong with me? It's not pixels, it's blocks. Dummy. It's 16. I was just reading right off the edge of the tile set. You'd think that would break, but I guess it's good that it doesn't. I mean, you'd think that would tell you when you're doing that, but it's probably good that it doesn't. Well, I'm a big dummy. It's not 1 times 128. It's like 1 times like 16. It's 16. That's 24. And this is 8. I was wondering why this was like plus equals 8, and I was like, that seems wrong. Dumb. Whoa, that's a lot more tiles than you saw last. Yeah, we're working on trying to actually generate things, but we kind of messed some stuff up. We're trying to generate the pot at the moment. We're gonna make another attempt to do so now. How are you doing, Jacob? Oops. Don't uncomment all of the things. Just the things that I want you to. Hey, we're generating a pot. This is maybe too dark. I want to pick a more neutral color for the background. So you shouldn't be able to. So here's something that you shouldn't be able to do is destroy the pot. Okay, let's generate another one. All right, this one's maybe too small. Okay, a pot needs to be at least 3 tiles wide. Okay, this is better. But yeah, I don't like this color. I think this is too dark. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. It doesn't distract you very much. So maybe it's good. Maybe it's actually good. I don't like it with the background. I think we'll change the background to maybe a more white, a neutral white. And hey, Titan Roboduck. Oh, that feeling of finally fixing a bug that's been plaguing you. It's a great feeling. We had that the other day when we were working on the main game. It was great. I was beaming the whole rest of the stream. Jacob, you're doing good, you think? You're doing some sneaky UI. You got the groundwork of a game loop. You can win and lose, sorta. Still much to do. Yeah, we overdid it on the pot. We're trying to generate, like, tall, small pots or thin, like, shallow, wide ones to promote different kinds of bonsai. And we clearly got to tighten that up. Okay, now it's too bright. I still think this pot might be just too dark. Maybe it's good, though. Maybe it's good. That background color was way too bright, for sure. Yeah, I'm beginning to think that this color is not good. What if instead of this, yeah, this is just really dark. Yeah, it might look good. It might look good against with other things. I think the problem is it looks bad by itself, and that's like spooking me. So this is the same intensity we had before, but just without the color. Maybe it's okay. The two tile pot. This is too funny. All right, time to add some kind of min. But once we generate the pot, what we do is we need to create a bounding box and then fill the interior with soil. I also need to add a thing. Maybe eggshell white. You recommend looking at the plot with the plant on top. Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll take a look. We'll not judge. We'll not judge it by itself in isolation. What we do need to do is not let the game. We need to say if mouse just released and all within bounds. We can say if block data index. To view absolute towards. We'll say is not. Let's get the block data. What am I? I'm going crazy here. Block. These are blocks. Equals this. Whoa, buddy. And here we'll say if block. We'll say if block is not blocks dot hot or block. If block is not pot and block is not. I'm with GDScript, I'm never sure when I'm using this like plain English syntax. I feel like is not is a type check, not a value check. Like not a check on the actual value, but I think for an enum it might work still. So we're gonna try it. So if it's neither a pot nor the soil, then we will allow you to destroy it. Okay, you won't. You don't want this. Oh, what the heck is going on? Oh, it's an enum. It can't just be an enum, huh? Okay, let me say enum. Whatever, who cares? I like type safety, but at a certain point, I guess we just give up. Oh, do we have to say as blocks? No, I can't do that. Could not find pot under blocks. How? What? Huh? What do you think I'm talking about? All right, we're going to say not equal. We're going to give up on this fun syntax. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay. Select coords. So can I still say blocks? It's like I would like you to be safe. Also, what does block data currently say it stores? We say you're a packed byte array. Can I say what kind of packed byte array you are? No, obviously not you. It's literally a byte packed byte array. All right, do this. This one might need to be a little bigger. Well, I can't delete them now, so that's an improvement. All right, let's establish some minimum bounds here. That's funny. All right. This is the part that I don't love. It's like fiddling with... This is... So much of game design is just like picking good numbers. And that is such a fiddly... That is such a fiddly process. And you can spend so much time trying different numbers. You can like look up and be like, what do you mean? Why is it dark out? I've just been setting a value for like the last few hours. But honestly, I've accepted the fact that for at least the setup for the generation, there's no other way we're going to be getting through this. Except to just kind of rough it out here. Tough it out. All right, so traceban is somewhere between minimum z and rand I range, minimum z plus 1, 0. So we know it has to be at least 2 tall. So that's good. But then with this, so traceban y is min y minus traceban z dot y. So the tray could be up to 9 tall, which is like maybe too tall. Is Randi range inclusive? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we say -1 and make it no more than 8 tall. And if it's 8 tall, oh, you know what this should be? This should be the span divided by 2. That should help. Look, don't yell at me for this like loss of like accuracy. I don't care. GDScript is like, oh no, you're truncating a value. Are you sure? It's like, yeah, I think it'll be okay. No, it's gonna yell at me about truncating these values all day. It's like, stop yelling at me. We're all gonna die because you're losing the floating point remainder here. Hey, that's a pot. We're cheating and we're not generating the bottom of the pot. Hey, that's also a pot. Hey, this is like not bad. This is maybe too much, but it's not bad. Like you could see this, I could see this pot being the basis of like a cascade, like one where that goes up, over, and then down. And hey, you can kind of understand the rotation because you actually can reason about the space that you're in now. So that's neat too. I do think this pot is like maybe just too dark. I think it might just be too dark. We'll see. It really is supposed to provide context, so maybe not. I think this needs to be a little bigger. Love the gradient. Oh yeah, we're doing this subtle gradient from the top to the bottom. It's like 5 little 5 points per layer. And it really helps when you're generating the whole thing. Like if we generated the whole thing right now, instead of doing whatever we're doing here. Oh my God, how did I copy all of that? Okay, here we go. Like if we switch to just generating the whole thing, I think it looks nice, you know? We just generate some random stuff here. It doesn't matter what colors these are, but yeah, I like it's lighter at the top and just a little bit darker at the bottom. It's subtle, but I feel like it communicates something. This is the soil color we're using, but I kind of want to save this for like a kind of birch tree look. We don't have a lot of options for soil though. We'll play around with that. I could always find another palette. I like this palette though. I think this palette has just enough for us. All right, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna try, so we're gonna do this, and now we're gonna try to generate the soil. So now let's generate, so I forgot a step. Here. Fill the pot with soil up to just below the rim. To just below the rim. Honestly, we don't have to fill the whole pot. We could just fill in the top layer, but who cares? When in Rome. For Z in range. Tray. Oh, I need to add a minimum width to this. I haven't done that, have I? Not quite sure how to apply a minimum width there. Think about that. We had the Minecraft wood sound. No. I might take some scissors or clippers and like record the sound of that so we have some trimming sounds, but that's the only SFX you're gonna get out of me for this jam. Maybe a little bit of like hedge trimming Foley. I'll grab my like rustiest pair of scissors and make a couple sounds. All right, Trey. Expand the Z. Dot X. Trey. Expand Z. I should have made these variable names shorter. Every letter is agonizing for me with this keyboard. Y. Trey. Span. X. Oh, and range. Excuse me. Trey span.x plus 1. No. Yes. That's min. Trey span. Also y. Y dot y. Y dot y. Y dot x. X dot y. X dot z. Z dot x. I get so lost sometimes. Our meditative music has been pretty nice though. I'm just bombarded on all sides. Plus 1. Trey. Span. X. Dot Y. Alright, now let's fill the pot with soil. Hey. Hey. Static Steven. What an incredible name. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a happy Saturday. I don't know if you're down to jam, but we are. We're participating in the Down2Jam this weekend, the community-centered game jam. D2Jam.com. The jam ends in 1 day, 16 hours. What is that? That's 40 hours from now. We're 4 hours from the halfway point. Scary. I budgeted myself 1 more night of sleep, and then we are just going straight through. By the end of the night, I would like to put a post up on here. Like, it would be cool if more people were using this forum. Hey, who's that? Who's this guy? Well, I don't know. Look how thoughtful. Look how thoughtful he is. The thought hammer being applied here. Yeah, the theme is plants. Yeah. Yeah, panic. Severe panic. Probably got about an hour left of the stream. It looks like we're heading into our last ad break in a few minutes. I'm starting to lose my natural light, but I'm not going to turn my lamp on. We'll hopefully end before that actually happens. It didn't happen yesterday. I went over yesterday, but I got really frustrated. If we could generate 1 janky tree in the next hour, just a janky ass tree, I'll be pleased. I kind of see how I'm going to handle the trunk generation. I feel like what I want to do is I almost want to have like some kind of like budget, quote unquote, for the tree that the generator can spend to generate shapes. But I'm probably not going to be that clever. I'm probably going to do something rougher. Like, I'll have to look and see how far from the finished product I want to generate the tree. You know, maybe I'm approaching this the reverse way. Maybe I should look at how I can codify one of the completed trees and then work backwards from that to generate a finished tree and then just mess it up, right? Because the activity is to trim the tree down to an acceptable shape or style. So maybe what the generator should be doing, because I'm not going to be able to evaluate one of these kinds of trees if I can't generate it, and I'm not going to be able to generate one of them if I can't evaluate it. So there's like this chicken and egg thing, but I'm beginning to see how I need to model it to be able to do this. Are you winning? Hey, Fanny Slam. We're doing something. We're doing something. We're making a little game about bonsai. That's part of this game jam. I think we're going okay. Are you going to use an existing tree algorithm? Almost certainly not. I've found that if you try to take like any tool or software or whatever like that, if you try to take something like that off the shelf during game jam, you end up losing more time trying to figure out how the thing would work rather than just hacking something together that sucks but that achieves the goal. Can't you make some presets and do the generation later? I don't really want to make some presets, but I might. If I start to run out of time, I might make some presets instead of generating them. If we can get an easy generation system, because the thing is we need a quote-unquote evaluation system, and I see now that the evaluation system and the generation system are like two sides of the same coin. And that there should be something I can do that works for both. Hey, Pheasant, I see too. It's about time you saw that. Saw what? Yeah, it is. It is. We're not super late in the game, but we're definitely pretty close to halftime. Hope jam's going well. It's all right for me. Yeah, I hope it's going well for everybody as well. That's a good thought. No, Joel, you can make branches and randomize orientation in moss sets for skewing or something. Yeah, I feel like it's another one of those things where it's like the rules are well defined. So I think I'll be able to manage, but we'll see. We'll see. Here's the thing I'm more concerned about is like I have to be able to reason about the space well enough that if someone trims a block and that block was holding up an entire branch, I need to be able to drop the branch. Like I need to be able to eliminate the branch. It would be cool if I cut it and you could see the branch fall out of vision or something, but or at least down to the base. We'll see. We'll see. Fanny, you did a month-long jam in January, and that wasn't enough time. You can't imagine 72 hours. All power to you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I can't imagine doing your thing. I can't imagine doing a month. I would lose it. I would not be able to do... I would have a hard time with everything. I would have a hard time with time management. I'd have a hard time with motivation. I'd have a hard time with focus. For me, 72 hours is like the sweet spot where there's just enough time to do something, but not enough time to get distracted. But it is tough. It's tough. I'm definitely going to lose a night of sleep over this. There's at least one all-nighter in my future. All right, we're in ads. Do I need water or anything? No, I think I'm good. I think I'm good to go strong for this last hour. Power hour, everybody. Let's focus in. Do something. All right, so I'm filling the pot with soil just below the rim. This is like the easiest part. This is probably the simplest thing to generate. Get. Should I just record the index once? Am I wasting time by getting it twice? I probably am. Although the compiler is probably smart enough to know not to do this. But who knows? Can I reuse this one below here? It sounds cool though. I'd be interested in seeing what you made. Any Slam, if you wanted to like share it here on the Discord. I mean, I don't know if I have time to look at it right now, but I'd be really interested to see what you made in a month. What's wrong with my range function? Oh, oops. All right, can we generate a pot and fill it? Almost, not quite. How'd that happen? Are we overwriting something? It's probably this other change that I made. Those were not the same. These were not the same. I'm so dumb. I was like, oh, there's something easy here. These are not the same coordinates. Dumb Dave. Stop trying to optimize, Dave. There's no time. There's no time to optimize. I have such a different approach to development during a game jam, during my regular, day in, day out. And I have a hard time getting out of my long-term project mindset. I really do. I really have a hard time. So just that'll do game jam attitude. All right. Hey, we got... Oh man, I had this whole cool highlight thing for the soil, and we're literally never gonna use it. Maybe we should generate a few. Maybe we should generate like a few boulders or something on the top layer. Just for some visual, just for some variety. Some like little soil clods on the top. Yeah, some of these bots are a little too small. I'm not seeing any like really thin and wide ones, which is what I'm interested in. So maybe I need to encourage this one is so small you can't even see the soil in it. It's crazy. Yeah. That's okay. This is tuning. This is what random generation is all about. I think it's time to sleep. When you start naming your classes Leaf. What do you mean? Next you're going to tell me I can't have my list of lists of lists. Can I delete the soil? No, I can't. Okay, so we're generating this. This is great. And then we need to start generating structures out of this. Let's just tune. Yeah, this is not good. This is too small, maybe. All right. We're gonna generate some min-max bounds so that we can manage something like something reasonable. This is hilarious. I think the asymmetry is gonna be really good for having to pick the direction that's the front of your bonsai. Because if the tray is like over on the side and the thing is growing up and like all the leaves are over on like the side towards where the tray is like skewed, and like I think there's gonna be some interesting stuff here. I think there's gonna be some cool stuff. I can see it coming together. Whether it comes together in the next 40 hours, that's the question, right? That's the $1 million question. So I want to fill the soil. Maybe we'll fill it a couple below the rim. So maybe we'll say -1. If we do it a few, yeah, if we do it like this, then we can add one last little layer of like uneven soil. We can have like one last layer of like a top layer that's like kind of uneven. I think that would be neat. We'll just have to make sure the min size of... We need to make sure this thing is at least 4 tiles tall at its absolute flattest. Yeah, this one's so small that you can't even fit soil in it. Rip. Hey, Apollo. How's it going? We're in the last hour. You finally got the small one to sleep. Nice, nice. The baby's asleep. Time for some game development scope creep. All right, so we need to generate. So this needs to be, so tray span Z needs to be between this and this needs to be at least 4 plus this. So rand I range. So this needs to be +3. So somewhere between min.z +3 and -1. -1? Does that make sense? Maybe we can do 0. We'll try 0. How's it going? You had to jump off because of a migraine. Thankfully, you're doing better now. I'm glad you're doing better. It's okay. We're generating plant pots in which we will put plants. We're still tight. We're tightening up the pot generation. We're trying to have some asymmetry and some different things where it'll generate some wide, shallow trays, and sometimes it'll generate like, well, this is maybe too small. We're still teaching it about a minimum size requirements. But we're thinking we'll have some tall, small ones, and that's where you'll have your tree that like hangs over. And then we'll have some wide, flat ones, and that's where you'll do something maybe a little more traditional. I'm a little concerned that the hangover is actually going to be virtually impossible to do with our control scheme. Because the only thing you can do is trim it from the outside. So what could you do? You could rotate it around and try to trim it from the backside, I guess. Maybe that's possible. Maybe that's possible. We'll have to see. Let's see. We're playing around. We're playing around with generation. She's 8 years old. She's small compared to you. I hope so. You'd be sad if you had to babysit an actual baby today. Those were a lot of work. Oh, I'm sure. I wouldn't know. I have about a 5-minute timer after encountering a child where they go from being kind of cute and funny to being like, I can't handle your level of enthusiasm and or whatever else. Which is fine. Not everyone needs to have a kid, you know? A lot of people on the planet. Just saying. All right, so we're generating some mins. This warning is so distracting. Is there a way to like tell it to like F off? Yeah, integer division. Yeah, I don't want to know about integer division problems. There you go. Oh, that. Okay, so my options are get warnings. So my options are get all the warnings or none of the warnings. Oh, I see. I see. There's an at warning. Ignore integer division. Can I put this at like the top? Does this go here? Where the does this go? Okay, it is applied the line directly below it. That's not how I want to do this. It would need to be here at ignore warning. Integer division. It just deleted my vector thing because Godot is like, I see you typing. Let me delete the thing you're typing into. And it's like, yeah, definitely delete the thing I'm typing into. That's definitely the behavior I want you to have. So how the fuck do these warnings work? Does the warning apply to the variable? Or the thing that generates the warning? I'm getting salty. It's like the end of my stream. Okay, we do it here. Crazy. Crazy that I need this whole thing just for the engine to just leave me alone about integer division. I would straight up turn this off in the editor. Like if I'm dividing by an integer, I know I'm doing it. All right. Like occasionally that becomes a problem, very rarely. Yeah, sorry. It's the end of my stream. I'm a little salty. I'm glad you're going to hopefully not have to look at this process of me agonizing over how to generate and evaluate this proc stuff, this procedural stuff. It is not going to be pretty. And I feel like it's going to be 2 a.m. before I notice. I feel like I'm going to blink and it's going to be 2 a.m. All right. So minimum sizes. So this will be between 4 and 9 tall. That's fine. So we between 4 and 9 blocks tall. This needs to be at least 3 blocks wide. Realistically, it needs to be more, but it needs to be at least 3 blocks wide. So we'll probably say something like, so for min, so we generate from, oh, this is confusing. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I remember now. It doesn't matter what order I put this in. So we want to generate, oh, we want to do this in the opposite order. We want to generate from 0 to something like min. Because I think we want part of the pot to always be over the center. At least to some extent. Maybe not a lot, but like you want at least it touching the wall. So we're going to try that. So we're going to say 0. Although, no, this isn't going to give me the behavior I want. It'll flip itself around. Not to worry. So we're going to say, how'd that get changed? So we're going to say, so from min.y minus traceSpan.y divided by 2. Okay, this is a nice one. This is too small. And it's because this is 4. Oh, this is 5. It's too small. I think this is too deep. Although the thing I want to do is I want to put one last layer of little topsoil here and like leave some holes. Just so we have a little visual interest. It'd be kind of cool to like poke some holes in the tray too. But I think it's nice that the tray is the width that it is. It would be cool to come up with some tray shapes, but let's not go crazy. So how do I specify the minimum that I want? The minimum style. You feel me with the warning? Yeah, I don't use GDScript a lot, so I usually just ignore it. Like, at least in Writer, if there's a warning, a kind of warning that I don't want, I can write a thing at the top of the file that's just like, ignore this kind of warning. I know that I'm doing this. I'm an adult. I consent to doing this without being warned about it. Like, sorry, I'm going to not rant about that. I just find it. I understand that you have to like idiot proof every tool that you build, but it's like, just give me a little more control about like this stuff. Like, I'm sure somewhere in this editor, I could probably find somewhere where it's like, what kind of warnings do you want? But I don't know if that's true. Okay, it'll give me accessibility warnings. That's kind of good. But yeah, in the editor, it doesn't even look like there's any warning settings. What about in the project? Debug, GDScript, warnings, enable. So yeah, I'm allowed to turn all of this off. Okay, here we go. Integer. So I can only change this per project, not in my editor. That's a little annoying. But here we go. Integer division. Oh, I could set it to error. Okay, so this is nice. Godot's nice. Godot knows what they're doing. Set it to ignore. I don't care about integer division. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me about that. Now I can delete these, and I will not be bothered about integer division. Weird that I can only set that per project and not on my editor as a whole as like an individual, but c'est la vie. I guess that would interact weirdly with multiple people who are working on the same project. Different people would get different warnings, and that might be kind of annoying. What are these other warnings? Oh yeah, like this whole like unused parameter. I have mixed feelings about that one. Unused variable, sure. Unused parameter one is a little weird. All right, stay focused, Dave. All you're trying to do is guarantee that your stupid little plant pot is a minimum size. And then we can move on to something else. Something else that's going to be significantly harder. All right. So here's the tray span's minimum is going to be somewhere between the world's minimum reined in based on the tray. Wait, is this one of those 1 minus this problems? Because I'm saying the bigger, no, this is right. Because the taller the tray is, the further in from the edges I want it to be. But there does need to be a minimum. But the thing is, the minimum is in the relationship between these two numbers, which is maybe why I'm doing this a little wrong. I could do something deeply lazy here and say, while these two numbers are like too close, just keep generating them until you generate something good. I could do that. I actually don't hate that. I don't want them all to be square, so I don't want to like generate one number. No, Joel laughs. The number of times that I have to generate a number and I'm just like, while this is a bad number, regenerate the number. That works. That works. I want a good random number. Is that so hard to ask? Is that so hard to get? Do I not deserve such a thing? All right, so that's this minus this. Okay, so there is a relationship between these two in that the tray span will bring them together and pull them apart to an extent. But to another extent, these numbers are like generated totally randomly. So I should probably generate the number and then add the min, right? Am I crazy? Here we'll say, give me the biggest number. Give me the biggest number between this number. Actually, maybe I want to say, give me the smallest number between this number and this number. Give me the biggest number between this number and some minimum. What's my minimum? My minimum is probably... It needs to be at least 3 wide, and realistically, it needs to be more than that. So let's say, like, -2. And then here we'll say... min I mini, and we'll say give me this for 2. Hold on. Why are you upset with me? Where do you want your parentheses? Is this not your closing? Oh, there's another closing parentheses. Thanks, Godot. Thanks, Godot, for not lacing the parentheses when I ask you to. There we go. We're just passing through that. All right. I think this will work. I think it'll work out okay. I think it'll be a little weird. I think it'll help guarantee that part of the pot... The comma. There it is. Part of the pot will always intersect with the origin to a little bit. And that, I do want to guarantee that to an extent. Beyond just guaranteeing we have a minimum size, I would like to guarantee that we have some amount of overlap with the center. How many... Oh my god, again with this keyboard. Killing me. This keyboard's killing me. It's literally killing me. Okay, we have mins. We have mins and maxes, and I immediately generate something smaller than I thought I could possibly get. Okay, I think I went the opposite. I think I went the reverse way, and now I'm generating like the smallest thing. So if that's the case, then we just switch our mini and our maxi. And we just chalk it up to me not knowing which one I want in this case. Oh, yeah, because I'm generating the minimum and I'm defining... Yeah, okay. I understand. How many people, when they're programming, have like an approximate idea of what they're trying to implement and they kind of just do it? And then they kind of spend their day like... It's like a iterative solver. How many people program like they're an iterative solver? And they're kind of just YOLO out the first version. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Are these all going to be reasonably valid? That's reasonably valid. That's reasonably valid. These are erring on the side of tall. Which maybe means... And this one's small and not wide. So what's going on here? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to constrain this more tightly. I wanted to generate more interesting pot shapes, but I think I need to constrain this like slightly more tightly. I just have a hard time of visualizing the space that I'm allowing to exist when I do stuff like that, especially when further random numbers are based on the determination of previous random numbers. So how deep does this really need to be? This needs to be at least 3. This needs to be at least 3 pixels tall. Not pixels. This needs to be at least 3 blocks tall. So we need at least 1 layer of solid soil and then 1 layer of like whatever kind of choppy soil. I kind of want to do the choppy soil part. And then I want to do that iteration one more time here. I'm gonna say for whatever and whatever. I want to say if rand f is greater than 5. 5.5. Give me some soil. Oh, z is going to be tray.span.y minus 1. Tray.span.z minus y minus 1. Okay, let's at least start generating. Okay, this is a little too rough. We actually want... Okay, so we either want just a few, or we want like almost all of this to be full. What would be better? To generate just a handful? I don't think that looks good. What even the heck is happening here, too? Why are you... Why do you think you're allowed to... This is not a good look. I'm realizing now it's not actually auto-tiling. Oh, is it just a hole straight down? Did I miss something? Are we not actually building out to the edge? It looks like we are. But for some reason, the auto-tiler doesn't care. Oh. No, that doesn't make sense either. Well, I had an aesthetic look I was going for here. I don't think I'm achieving it. It's cool. I'm glad you think so. Maybe this. Maybe there's like a couple of holes. I don't know. I was trying to put a little texture into this thing, into like the pot, into the soil. I'm kind of struggling with it. It honestly isn't important. What is important is figuring out why the auto-tiler is not working. Block type. Blah, blah, blah. If this is equal to our block type is this number. That's not possible. It seems to think the pot and the soil are like the same type, which is perplexing to say the least. So how many spaces is this? 1, 2. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I can access 1, 2, 3, and then there's a force one here I can't touch because it's too far over. So it's full. For some reason, we're not getting the outlines here that we're supposed to be getting. Very strange. Oh, you know what I bet is happening? What happens if I turn this around? No, that's not happening either. Yeah, I don't know why it's not kicking on the outline here. Maybe it's my fault? I mean, I know it's my fault, but maybe I messed one of these up? It'd be hard to find which one I messed up, but... look right. Is it crazy to juxtapose this with like a dark background? Would it be better if I did so? Dark mode on. That's not dark enough. I think it would be a light background or like straight up black. Aren't good choices here. I'm probably going to stick with the lighter background, honestly. I'm just trying stuff. I actually think a black clear screen is actually pretty good. Like, I don't feel like this is too dark anymore. I don't like my moon rock look that I came up with here, though. Hey, 404 not found. Love the name. Thanks for hopping in. We're working on a little bonsai generating. We're trying to generate this little bonsai tree from the bottom up, and we're trying to... And then the player is going to trim it down to, like, a good shape. It's kind of the thing we're going for. We're working through the generation code, which is rough. We've already got all the other stuff for, like, interaction and everything. So, lots. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Leaf. Blocks. Branch. So we can generate these spaces. We can rotate around them. We can trim elements. This is just a random ball that I generate sometimes to play around with, but it's kind of what we're working on for Game Jam this weekend. Yeah, I think the 3 challenges are generating the play space, evaluating the play space, and it's actually just 2 problems. It's generating and evaluating the play space, because that, if I can evaluate the play space, I know where the branches are, and I can trim them if I need to. Like if you cut a block and then a branch falls off or something. I can also evaluate if you're like, are your branches parallel with the ground? Does your trunk go straight up or does it bend? If it bends, does it bend in a straight line at an angle? If it doesn't, is it a cascade where it bends over and dips below the pot? So like there's all these little tricks that we need to come up with for how to evaluate the space. I kind of like the black clear. Am I kind of crazy about that? I find it very not distracting, and I find it accentuates things like our little gradient and stuff. I'm gonna make this play space a little bigger, I think. I like the numerology of 19 by 19, especially for a game about a bonsai. It's like a nod to the Japanese game of Go, but you know, a numerological explanation for picking a number in game development is a bad reason. I think we're gonna make the play space a little bigger. Like a little bigger, just like one more block on each side. It'll like boop and like boop. I don't think we can afford much more than that. But maybe we could go all the way up. Maybe we could go out 3. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we could go up to 24 or 25 or something. We'll see. I'm gonna mess around. 25 would be 3 more on each side. That's a tomorrow problem, like the performance cost of like redrawing. We haven't run into it yet, but we will eventually. But yeah, all we really need to do is start generating things like, here's a trunk, here's some branches, here's some foliage. But we're getting stuck on generating a pot. Stuck on a pot. Story of my life. Sitting on a pot. Sorry, you're probably just coming in to hang out, and I launched into a whole spiel. It's getting to me, man. It's getting to me. I don't know if I love this gray dirt thing either that I've got going on here. I think I like the lighter color. But then we don't have a highlight, and like maybe I'm okay not having a highlight. Because you can't actually interact with any of this. So what's the point of having a highlight that you can't interact with? So maybe we try a lighter pot color and a different dirt color. And maybe what it is we fill the dirt up to here, and then and then the system manually puts in a couple of pieces above. That's how we do it. I want a few rocks. That's the thing I want, is like a handful of rocks. That's what I want to do. So what if we save this? Here we save. We save this. What if we do it like this? Is this closer to what I want? Not at all. Maybe it is just a few recessions that I want. Maybe I don't actually want raised surfaces. Maybe it is a recession that I want. You know, not, you know, for the economy, just for this game. Let's have 90% of them full. Say -1. I think this is closer to what I want. Just a couple of like irregularities. What if we did both? It was 80%. I don't know. The soil, the pot and the soil doesn't really matter. I don't know why I'm putting effort into it. I mean, the pot matters, but I don't know what. I'm going to stop caring. I'm going to stop looking at the soil generation. It's confusing. It's not clear what you're looking at. If I could figure out why the edges are not auto-tiling correctly, that would be great. Oh, is it being overwritten? It's being overwritten by the block above it, I think. I think is what's happening. That's crazy. How is that happening? I didn't think that's how I wrote this. Huh. Oh, did I make these too tall? This block? This piece? Are these too tall? I think these are too tall. I think I was supposed to erase them, and instead I colored them. I'll look into that. That's a problem. Let's just work on generating our stupid little pot. Okay. I'm just sampling a bunch. I should probably have a key that I can just regenerate so I don't have to do this every time. But honestly, I think if you hit a restart button or if you hit a regenerate button, I'm tempted to like relaunch the whole thing. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm tempted though. I'm tempted to do it. Let's add a command for that. We'll say regenerate. We could say, we'll say maybe reset bonsai. I don't know. Maybe regenerate is a better word for what I wanted to capture here. I don't want when someone says reset, they might mean, oh, take it back to the state it was before you started. Just make it R. I might make it Control R or something, so it's like hard to accidentally do. Is Control R a command that people use for anything? We'll say R for now. Say, will this break everything? Do I need to add some safety here? What are the holes in the sand? I don't know, no, Jewel. I wanted a little bit of texture. I wanted like maybe a boulder up top or like maybe a little trench. I wanted some texture and I'm not getting it. So I think I'm going to just move on. I wanted a little bit of texture in the soil, but I realized that the tree and the roots and everything is going to be in there and whatever. All right, physics process. Let's just say, let's do this. Generate bonsai. Let's say this. Let's say if input dot is action just pressed regenerate generate the bonsai. Do we need to return? We probably need to return and not do anything else this frame. Because none of this is going to make sense if we regenerate. Oh, why did I put that in the... Oh, no, I didn't put that in there. So if I do this, I just hit R. Oh, uh-oh. What we say is we say... Oh, generate bonsai should involve clearing the data. Maybe not. Well, maybe not. We can say block data dot clear. Then we can say regenerate the bonsai. Crash? I thought I hit... Oh, do I have to resize it if I clear it? Okay, fine. Block data dot resize volume. Okay, now I can like really test the magnitude. So I can see how we're looking in terms of generation. Yeah, that the holes thing is not working. I'm very concerned about this. I made this tile too tall, I think. Oh god. So why do I feel like this is too tall? So it should be like this. This is 5. When it's like this, is this lower than that? No. Okay. When I tessellate, what happens? So if I'm here, sorry for the flashbang. So I'm here and I just start tessellating. Oh Lord. Have mercy. Then I do this. Who is drawing this? I feel like this should be here, but what's happening is that this block seems to be drawing over the side of this one, which is not exactly what I expect. Are these too tall? No, these are fine. Are these too tall? Oh, these might be too tall. I should have erased these maybe. Maybe. No, that's... This should be correct. I don't really know what... I don't really understand what's happening, which is typical for me. Hello? What is... Oh, that was me just selecting stuff. It seems like these 2 pixels are being overwritten by the thing above it, which is not how I thought this works. So what if I put something in the front here, and I put this in the front of that, and I put this in front of this. This is how I thought it would tessellate. Doesn't seem to be what's happening, though. Okay, let's put the color back in this. I have like a weird little off by one problem with some of the tile overlap, but that's fine. I'll figure that out. Let's not worry about that. Let's try to get a reasonable... If I can get a reasonable pot generation, you know, if I can get a tray generating consistently that looks okay and is within a reasonable margin, I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna be happy, and then the real challenge will be generating the plant material on top of it. And that is something I'm just gonna stare at offline. So this doesn't seem to be doing much of anything. This min-max thing. At least I can rapidly regenerate. This is like... The minimum's too small. It's maybe the deal. And when it's large, it's not flat enough, which maybe means I have too high a minimum here. I think this needs to be +2. And I think this needs to be -4, +4. Especially if we make the build space bigger, the trays are going to need to be bigger by default. So let's try this. Let's try this. So this is okay. The idea is to just offset the starting area just enough that you can make some decisions about which style you want to pursue, because certain styles will not work with certain pots. So if we look at our style guide, thanks for the hydrate, Commander. So like these ones all want relatively flat, relatively large ones. More specifically, the Cascades want really tall pots so that you can grow down past the pot. I don't think we can go straight up. There's not going to be a fucking column underneath the tray, but... I think I'm going to simplify these for my purposes. I think there's going to be like upright style. I don't think I'm going to distinguish between formal and informal. I think there's going to be like an upright style. I think there will be a cascade style, and I'm not going to distinguish between cascade or semi-cascade. I think we'll support at least, and I think we'll support slanted because slanted is neat. So upright, cascade, slanted. The literati one is interesting too. I might include that because that one seems easy to evaluate. And then the multi-trunk style might be... I don't know if that's going to be a modifier of the other styles or what. I think we could get 6 styles out of this because I do like broom style. I think that's neat. To focus it on branch pruning and remove the focus on foliage. I think we can get at least 6 styles out of here. And then, so the play space could be... The 6 styles could be here on the side, like some little diagrams of them, so you kind of know what you're going for. Maybe there could even be something to like tell you how close or far you are from achieving that style. And then we could have 4 buttons. We could have undo, redo, undo, redo. We can maybe have 5 buttons, 5 or 6 buttons. We could have rotate, like left or right rotate. We could maybe have regenerate. And then like quit, I guess. Although maybe not quit. I don't know. This game's gonna be a web build. Maybe we'll have like an audio control. I don't know. I don't really want to add a lot of menus. But maybe it'd be better to have a button that's like styles, and it pops up and it shows you in a grid like the 6 styles, and you can maybe it will show you on a graph or a little bar of like how close you are to achieving that style. That could be neat. Could be neat. I think this is okay. I think what we got here, I think I can work with this. I want the trays to be maybe a little bigger, but maybe I don't actually. Maybe what I need them to be is a little shorter sometimes. I think this is okay. I think we can work with this. What we really need is the secondary systems to like look at this and be like, can we fit multiple trunks here if we want? Like this one could be a twin trunk or something. Should I just be generating square ones more often? Probably not. I don't know. I feel like I can dial this in. I'm feeling okay. I'm not great. I'm not feeling great, but I'm feeling okay. I think in general, these are too tall. So maybe that's something we adjust. Tray span. Minimum Z, rand I range, min Z plus 2, 0. So maybe we don't allow us to reach 0. Maybe we don't even allow us to reach this. Or maybe minus 2. Especially if we make this build area bigger, we're going to need to tighten it up more. And this is better. I'm going to stop doing this soil nonsense. That doesn't work. We're just going to generate all the way up to here. We're going to forget about this. Yeah, that's better. There feels like a slight skew to the right more often than the left, but maybe that's just me. But yeah, the fact that I can just regenerate it like this and like explore the space is very helpful for doing this sort of thing. I'm sure you're enjoying the clicky clack of my mechanical keyboard as I just spam this key. So I'm not seeing enough of a relationship between the depth of the tray and the size of it, which means I need to maybe the divided by 2 thing was too much. After that whole diatribe about dividing by integer division warnings in the engine, I'm like, man, maybe we don't divide by 2. It seems to be hitting the min constantly, which is not good. But this is a reasonable min, I think. And you know what? Because of the way this works, it's okay if you get something that you consider like unbuildable. You could just regenerate. Just try it again. Okay, yeah, the divided by 2 thing I think is pretty important. Get actual variety here. Yeah. All right, I'll keep working on this. I hate this. I hate tweaking I hate tweaking generation and then looking at it and tweaking it, but that's just how it is. All right, we're just about at the 6-hour mark. I need to take a break before getting ready for my second offline 6 hours of working on this game. But yeah, we're doing Down2Jam. We have a 1 day, 15 hours. The theme is plants. And we're making a game about bonsai. And I'm actually, as frustrated as I sound, I actually am pretty hopeful. I actually think we got some cool stuff going on. And I think if we can generate it and evaluate it, I'll be pretty pleased. I'm going to rework some of these colors. I do still think this tray is too dark. I think it's out of place with everything else. But yeah, you got this. Thanks, Commander. Are you live? If you're not, you better be. Try to type in Twitch. I got something else that I'm not going to say. Sure am. All right, what is your name on Twitch? I follow you, don't I? Do I not? I've noticed the tab on the left side will only show you your first 12 people that you follow. Oh, I found you. I found you. Commander Apollo. Down2Jam Day 2. Making a Zach-like programming game. Ooh, that's exciting. All right, yeah, let's go check that out. / raid Commander Apollo. Working on Down2Jam. I will probably raid and run, but I'll leave a lurk and I'll probably check back in later. For anyone working on the jam, you're doing great. Don't let me stress you out. You got this. We're still not at the halfway point. We got 3 more hours till the halfway point, assuming I'm capable of doing math. Easy. All the time in the world. But yeah. Either way, whether you're jamming or not, I really appreciate everyone making some time to hang out with us today. We'll be back tomorrow for what's going to be. If you thought I was stressed out today, wait till you see me tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be a mess. Tomorrow is when I actually make a to-do list and I realize all the things that we haven't done yet. That's when it's really... I'm still at the point here where I can like think in terms of mechanics and like core stuff that we got to figure out. And then tomorrow is going to be the like, oh, we got to like tutorialize this and we got to do this and we got to describe this. And like, how's the player even going to know what they're supposed to be doing? Woo! But yeah, we're raiding out. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day and I will see you all next time. Bye.